Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Wherever you're at in the world, welcome to Last Rounds Baseball's live commentary upon Professional Baseball League. Tonight, we are going to be bringing you Game 5 in the Japan Series between the Fukuoka Softbank Hawks and the Hanshin Tigers. It is a commanding 3-1 lead here for Fukuoka, moving into the final game at the Koshin Stadium, as the Hawks are looking to salvage at least one game at home to try to force the series back to a Game 6 in Fukuoka on Saturday. It is our friend Oscar Schneider already in asking some questions, and we'll try to connect you with a little bit of that as we move along here. What do we think is going to happen tonight? Well, I do think that the Tigers are going to salvage a victory tonight, but it is only a matter of time until the Hawks are lifting the trophy. At least that is in my opinion. I am a neutral, so I don't really care who wins. I want to see good baseball. Certainly 3 of the 4 games have been one-run ball games. Although I have to say, Kohei Arihara, if he can get through the first couple innings, he could be very, 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 very dangerous for the Hawks, although it is going to be the opportunity for the Tigers to try to get to him early on. They want to get into the bullpen, do the Tigers tonight, as what I would call the better end of the bullpen, at least the back 3 of Fuji, Matsumoto, and Sugiyama, have already worked 2 games in this series. So for them to try to close it out tonight, I wonder who would be unavailable, or if all of them would be available tonight for the Fukuoka manager. We'll have to wait and see as this game plays out. Well, first of all, I'm going to give you the starting lineups for the visitors tonight from Fukuoka. Not a lot of changes in this lineup. Leading off tonight in left field is number 9, Yuki Yanagita. Hitting second and center is number 23, Yukio Shudo. Batting third and right field is number 32, Tetsuro Yanagamachi. In the cleanup spot and playing first base is number 5, Hotaki Yamakawa. In the fifth spot and playing third base is number 24, Ryoya Kurihara. Batting sixth at short is number 99, Asami Nomura. Hitting seventh at second base is number 8, Taisi Makihara. Batting eighth and doing the catching is number 62, Takashi Umeno. And batting ninth and doing the pitching is Kohei Arihara. They're going to be facing Kotaro Otake, who is familiar to the Hawks, as he has just completed his 3rd year with the Hanshin Tigers. He was originally drafted by the Fukuoka Ball Club back in the 2017 draft, where he spent the early parts of his career. He has yet to appear in the Japan Series. He was 9-4 during the regular season. He'd worked 98 innings. He'd allowed 87 hits, 31 runs, all were earned, walking only 7 and striking out 48 while pitching to a 2.85 earned run average. Well, that is your lineup for the visitors from Fukuoka. Now for the hometown Hanshin Tigers. Leading off tonight and playing in center field is number 5, Koji Chikamoto. Batting second at second base is number 51, Takumu Nakano. Hitting third in center field is number 1, Shota Morishita. Batting in the cleanup spot at third base is number 8, Teruaki Sato. Batting fifth at first base tonight is number 3, Yusuke Oyama. And tonight, a change for the Tigers at shortstop. Wearing number 0, batting 6th is Seiya Kanami. Batting 7th in left field is number 67, Nozomu Takadera. Hitting 8th and doing the catching is number 12, Seishiro Sakamoto. And batting 9th and doing the pitching is number 49, Kotaro Otake. And they're going to be facing Kohei Arihara, who will make his 2nd start of this year's Japan Series. He took the loss in the opener. He is 0-1. He worked 6 innings, allowed 6 hits, 2 runs, all were earned. All were scored in the 6th inning. Walking none and striking out 5 and pitching to an ERA of 3.00. Well, that is your starting lineups. The first pitch is just around the corner. We welcome you guys to the stream, and we will be back in just a couple moments with all the action, top of the first inning, just around the corner. Welcome back, everybody. The weather gods are in our favor. They originally were calling for rain this week. That has been pushed to Friday. We are going to be getting this one underway in just a couple moments, as it is the Tigers and the Hawks in Game 5 of the series. We'll be right back in just a few.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred with Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball. Welcome back, everybody. The Tigers have taken to the field, and Taro Otake is out completing his tune-up tosses. Usually, I like to say that the game is prompt and ready to start right at the top of the hour. That is what we normally expect, but with some pomp and circumstance, some ceremonial first pitches, the game is going to start just a little bit after 6 p.m. or 1800 hours local time. Tigers not bucking the trend. They're wearing their home whites with the pinstripes again tonight. And the Fukuoka Softbank Hawks are in their road black jersey with the white pants. The obvious one change tonight, as we mentioned at the top, was Seiya Kanami in at shortstop, as he is replacing Obata. I was curious to see if they were going to try to shake up the lineup a little bit, but not a whole lot of creativity from the Tigers manager, Kyuji Fujikawa. I have to say that the bottom third of the batting order, we've been barking about this through most of the series. It has been absolutely abysmal. They haven't been able to turn the order over for the top to set the table, and that has been a key as well. Also, the last couple of nights, the Fukuoka defense has been a little bit shoddy. They made 3 errors in last night's game. We'll have to see if their defense shows up here tonight, and if it does, then it could be a tough sledding for the Hanshin Tigers. Of course, the Hawks dropped pop-ups at third base and with the catcher yesterday, as well as butchering a ball at third base. So we'll see how this one plays out. The first pitch of the ball game was delivered to Yanagita, and it's a fastball taken for a called strike, and we are underway. Yanagita 8 for 16 in the series, takes a fastball on the outside corner, and the count runs even to 1-1. Left-hander against the left-hander. Otake working quickly. Kicks and delivers. There is a breaking ball waved at and missed. And the count now goes to 1-2 on Yanagita. Otake, as we said, the former Hawk, was really never used in the starting role like he has been with the Tigers, as there's a ball bounced foul down the first baseline, and the count goes to 1-2. Obviously, the Hanshin Tigers saw something in him and felt that he would be of value to them. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, Otake ready to go, wasting very little time. Fastball swung on, grounded to the right side, fielded on the backhand by Oyama. He throws almost behind Otake, but they're able to retire Yanagita on a ground out 3-1. Not exactly the sharpest defensive play that we've seen in the series so far. But an out is still an out, and that is going to bring up the center fielder in Yukio Shudo. Our friend M. Schroeder in the house. He says the total 5.5 tonight. It was 4 the last game. I can see the over-under being, if there's going to be a night that it could go over, I think tonight it could go over. There's a first pitch fastball that is swung on and fouled away. Count is quickly 0-1 to Shudo. Shudo 8 for 17 in the series, no homers and an RBI. Highlighted by that 5-hit performance in game 2. Fastball misses down and the count goes even at 1-1. Defensively tonight for the Tigers from left to right field, Takadera is in left. The center fielder is Chikamoto, in right field Morishita. As there's a fastball swung on, it is sliced down the left field line, and it's going to bounce in foul territory and into the seats. And the count goes to 1-2 on Shudo. Around the horn from first to third, it's Oyama at first. The second baseman is Nakano, shortstop Kanami, and the third baseman Sato, with the battery of Otake and Sakamoto. So the lefty Otake kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on and another one lifted foul, and the count remains at 1-2 to Shudo. Otake, as we said, wasting very little time. He gets the ball. He is off to the races. I remember Tsuyoshi Wada, when he pitched, when there was nobody on, he worked extremely quickly for the Fukuoka Ball Club a couple of years ago. There's a breaking ball swung on, grounded softly to short. Fielded by Kanami, he throws to first. And the speedy Shudo is retired on a ground out, 6-3. So 2 up and 2 away here, and that is going to bring up the right fielder in Tetsuro Yanagamachi. Well, for Yanagamachi, 2 for 13 in the tournament, in this series. It feels like a tournament, that's for sure. So 2 for 13 as he steps in batting from the left side. Batted .292 in the regular season. He takes a slow breaking ball over for a called strike. The count is 0-1. So no balls and a strike. Lefty again kicks and fires. Oh, there's an ephus pitch delivered at 68 kilometers an hour. Quickly get out the mathematical calculators to find out how slow that was in miles. Probably about 48 miles an hour. As there's a breaking ball that misses, and the count is 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Pitch on the way. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away into the netting behind home plate. Kind of reminded me of Zach Greinke a few years ago when he would all of a sudden out of nowhere throw a little looper up to the dish. There's a fastball taken at the knees for a called third strike, and Yanagamachi's in the books. And the Hawks go quietly here in their half of the first inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We are through a half. It is the Hawks, no score. The Tigers coming to bat. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments on the Last Drops Baseball YouTube channel right after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. It'll be Chikamoto, Nakano, and Morishita to come to bat here for the Tigers in their half of the first inning. Our friend Oscar, who came in early on, wanted to know what we thought our predictions were. Don't really have a score prediction, although I did say that I think that the total, as our friend M. Schroeder pointed out, I think it's going to go over the over tonight. I think that once they get into the bullpens, that this one here could go a little bit awry. That's the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say is that they've got to get to Kohei Arihara early as the right-hander for the Hawks is ready to face Koji Chikamoto here, as the bottom of the first is ready to get underway. And the first pitch is a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to the right side, fielded deep in the 4-hole by Makihara. He does a 360 and throws to first. And Chikamoto is gone on a ground out 4-3 for out number 1. That is going to bring up the second baseman in Takuma Nakano. Nakano, 3 for 15 in the series, no homers and no RBIs. I was having a conversation with one of our listeners earlier today and talking about how the Tigers could shake up the lineup. I actually thought maybe moving Obata up into the 2 spot and dropping Nakano down might have been appropriate, as there's a fastball taken for a called strike. Well, the manager thought one better. Let's get Obata right out of the lineup and put Kanami in. So no balls and 1 strike it is to Nakano as Arihara kicks and delivers. Fastball that just misses outside, and the count's even at 1-1. Defensively tonight for the Hawks, from left to right field, it's Yanagita in left, Shuto in center, Yanagamachi in right. As the right-hander Arihara kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into center field, and right there to make the catch is Shuto. And we've got 2 quick outs here in the bottom of the first inning, and that's going to bring up the right fielder in Shota Morishita. Just to finish the defensive alignment for the Hawks from first to third, it's Yamakawa at first. The second baseman is Makihara. Nomura gets the nod at short. Kurihara is at third with the battery of Arihara and Umeno. So a good round of applause here for Shota Morishita as he steps in. 4 for 15 in the series, no homers and 1 RBI. Runs have been at a premium here for the Tigers so far tonight. And there is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Our friend Clarkson in Japan joins the stream tonight. We're welcoming you as well. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into center field, moving back just in front of the warning track, and making the catch is Shuto. And that is going to do it. And that's 1 quick first inning. Both teams go 3 up and 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left aboard. We are through 1 complete. Your score is the Hawks 0 and the Tigers 0. We'll be back in just a couple moments. We appreciate you guys for jumping in with us tonight on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back after this musical timeout. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the heart of the order to come to bat here for the Hawks in inning number 2. That means Yamakawa, Kurihara, and Nomura to face the left-hander Katara Otake. The starting pitchers working quickly and efficiently in their first inning of work. I had mentioned earlier before, I said that I think this game here tonight, we may see the over. I'm still going to stand by that. As our friend M. Schroeder was in here earlier on, and he was telling us that the total is 5.5 tonight. And the reason for that is certainly the back end of the Hawk bullpen has been used 2 nights in a row. There's a first pitch breaking ball delivered to Yamakawa, taken for a called strike, and the count's 0-1. Yamakawa 4 for 9 in the series. 3 of those hits have been for home runs. He's also driven in 7. He has really been on fire, and that's considering that he did not start the first game. There's a fastball swung on. It is popped up foul. It's going to get into the seats on the first base side, and the count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. I also think tonight, I was talking, as I said, to one of the other members of our audience earlier today, and there's a breaking ball down, and we were saying some of the things that the Tigers would probably need to do in the offseason. They need to fix a couple of things. They need to fix that left field position. It's been a revolving door in this series. We mentioned that Sheldon Noisy was there 2 years ago as there's a fastball taken at the knees for a called third strike. Well, I'm not sure Yamakawa believed what he saw, but the home plate umpire said so, and he's gone for out number 1. We'll get a look at the replay of that, and that pitch looked down for sure. But that is the way it is. As the catcher, Sakamoto, did a pretty good job of getting underneath that, and that is going to ring Yamakawa up for the first out of the inning. That brings Ryoya Kurihara to the plate, and the first pitch to Kurihara is a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. Kurihara 3 for 16 in the series. He has had his struggles defensively. There's a breaking ball that is waved out and missed, and the count goes to even at 1-1. M. Shorter says the pace is fast, going to jinx it. Yeah, the problem is that I don't think you're going to jinx it. What's going to happen is the game will go off the rails, or it probably ends up going 12 innings, ends up in a tie. Something crazy will happen. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into left field, moving over underneath it, and making the catch is Takadera. It's going to retire Kurihara for the second out of the inning. So 2 quick outs here in the second, and that is going to bring up the shortstop and Asami Nomura. As I said, the left field position for the Tigers, and that's a bat that they really miss. I mean, Noisy had some clutch hits in the last Japan series. Mind you, he was not necessarily fully effective during the regular season. And last year, I don't even think he completed the season with the Tigers. I think he got his release before the year end. There's a first pitch fastball taken at the knees for a called strike, and the count's 0-1 to Nomura. The Nomura had showed bunt, and he had pulled back, but he took the pitch at the knees for a called strike. Nomura 1 for 7 on the season. As the lefty kicks and delivers, there's a breaking ball waved at and missed, and the count now goes to 0-2. And if I had to say what else they needed is, I was talking about maybe an American, or maybe not an American, just an import period that could come in and give them production, much like Sandro Fabian did with the Carp this year, the way that Franmil Reyes has done with the Fighters over the last couple of years. As that breaking ball misses down and away, and the count's 1-2. Or like the likes of Neftali Soda did for a number of years with the Bay Stars. Or even a Brandon Laird, who did it with a couple of teams. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. As the lefty delivers, it's a fastball that misses down, and the count goes even to 2-2. And if they can go and land themselves a import bat like that, that would be of huge help to the Tigers. 2-2 on the way. Breaking ball waved out and missed. And Nomura's in the books. He's gone for the third out of the inning. 3 strikeouts recorded by Otake. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left the board as the Hawks go in order. We'll be back in just a few. It is 0-0, bottom of the second, just around the corner. Hang in, everybody. We'll be right back after this timeout.
Me wind and rain.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the heart of the order to come to bat for the Tigers here in inning number 2. That means Teraki Sato, Yusuke Oyama, and Seiya Kanami to come to bat to face Kohei Arihara. Arihara, for what it's worth, I've got him for 6 pitches in inning number 1. That is pitch efficiency at its finest. On the flip side of the coin, Otake, he worked a little bit harder in both of his innings. I got him for 16 in inning number 1 and 28 total for the ball game as he threw 12 in inning number 2. So respectable. We talk about this on our stream regularly, that if you can stay under 15 pitches per, you're doing pretty good. Here's the pitch from Arihara. It's a breaking ball that misses outside. Count is 1-0 to Sato. Sato 5 for 15 in the series. No homers and 4 runs batted in. As the right-hander kicks, and he delivers. There's a fastball that catches the inside corner, and the count runs even to 1 ball and 1 strike. If you've just joined us, well, we'll look to try to carry the game on Saturday if it does go that far. There's a fastball swung on there. It's lined into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit, and Sato is aboard with the first hit of the ball game and the first base runner for either team. So he is on at first, and that is going to bring up the first baseman in Yusuke Oyama. That's exactly what we needed, is a runner in this one for sure, and get a little bit of offense going. We'll see how the tempo and the pace changes with runners on base. So Oyama coming to the bat. He is 1 for 15 in the series. If they're going to do some damage tonight, he's going to have to play a role in this. Oyama has been pretty much silent. He did get a hit the other night, but he has been playing station-to-station baseball. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball swung on and grounded foul past the third base coach. He did drive in a run yesterday. No homers and 1 RBI on the series. As he steps back into the batter's box, ready to go again. He'll be followed by Kanami here. So this part of the order can set the table. The problem is are they going to be able to get somebody at the back end to drive them in? That is going to be the questions that will be answered shortly. There's a fastball taken at the knees for a called strike. Count is 0-2. So Taka Yamakawa can't complain as Oyama gets the same treatment. So no balls and 2 strikes. Not an empty seat to be seen in the Koshin Stadium tonight, as Osaka is alive on a Thursday evening. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball down in the dirt. The count is to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. The stadium is a little bit outside of the main center. It is in Osaka, but Hanshin is a train ride away. I think you have to make a couple changes to get there. You have to get on the Hanshin line. It'll take you right to the stadium. 1 ball and 2 strikes as there's a breaking ball down, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2-2 it is here to Oyama. Who's going to blink first in this one? And remains to be seen, as both teams here are off to a bit of a cautious start. The old adage, good pitching beats good hitting, fully on display in this series here. Tigers scored 2 runs in the first game. They got 1 in the second, 1 in the third, and they scored 2 last night. So 6 runs in the first 4 games. There's a fastball inside. There goes the runner down to second. The throw, and it's in time to get Sato. That's going to go down, caught stealing 2-4. As he is gunned down by Umeno. I guess you got to try something here, because Umeno has not been very good behind the plate, but that throw was excellent, right on the money. And that is going to retire Sato. I say that it may be a bit unfair to the catcher, although I have to say, as far as I'm concerned, I wonder if they're going to take a look at this. I don't know if I like the look of that. I wonder if they'll go upstairs. Nope. Tigers don't think so. So the count is 3-2 to Oyama. That last pitch was up in the zone. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. As the right-hander Arihara works to the set, now the pitch on the way. And the fastball comes inside, almost hits Oyama, and he's going to be aboard with a one-out walk, so that kind of hurts. You can have runners at first and second and nobody out. Oyama will make his way down to first base, and that'll bring Seiya Kanami, the shortstop, to the plate. I want to go back to Ameno for a minute there. He has struggled in the series to throw out runners. Part of that, obviously, it starts on the mound with the pitchers. Can the pitchers hold the runners if they do it properly? But some of his throws down to second base have been all over the place. Kanami hit 193 in the regular season. He is 0 for 1 in the Japan series. Batting from the left side against Arihara as the pitch is on the way. Fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. So no balls and one strike. Third baseman Sato is heading down the tunnel. They're going to have a look at him. I wonder if he went in a little bit awkwardly at second base. Here's the 0-1 pitch. There's a changeup that misses down, and the count runs even to 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. And as we mentioned, we will be on the airwaves again on the weekend. Should this game or should this series go to a 6th game back in Fukuoka? And how crazy would that be? And you got to think that that would be Murakami on the hill for the Tigers as they throw over to first base and getting back easily as the runner Oyama. And of course, the prelude to that on Friday night is the game between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays as it returns to Toronto. There's a fastball swung on it, is lifted into left field. Coming in is Yanagita. He's there to make the catch, and Kanami is gone for the second out of the inning. He's going to leave it up to the left fielder, Nozomu Takadera. That game on Friday night, the Blue Jays, with a victory tonight, have a commanding 3-2 lead in the series, but it'll be Yoshinobu Yamamoto on the mound for the Dodgers on Friday. So Yamamoto looking to even the series and extend it to a 7th game in Toronto. Tigers just hoping to get a victory here to extend it to game 6 back in Fukuoka. So though Takadera standing at the plate, 1 for 7 in the series, takes a fastball outside for ball 1. So 1 ball and no strikes. And from our perspective, or my selfish perspective, I'd love to see a game 6. It's the first team to 4 victories. There could be a tie, and the game could go 12 innings tonight if the two teams are tied after 9. As there's a breaking ball missing inside, it's now 2-0 to Takadera. And how cool would that be to see a game go 12 innings, end at a tie, and then switch back? Then we potentially could have an 8th game in the series. We definitely will not be seeing 18 innings in any of the first 7 games. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. Count is 2 balls and 1 strike to Takadera. We didn't do it earlier, but each night we kind of give everybody where you're at in terms of if you want to watch the game and stream it and connect it with us, as there's a split finger down in the dirt. A couple of games have been on TBS. Some have been on Fuji TV. Some have been on, I think, was it Nippon TV the other night? This one is ABC television out of Japan. So you'll have to do your search for that if you're interested. You'll have to get our American viewers who will ask us where they can watch it in the States, and I have no idea. I'm not in the States. So there's a fastball that misses outside, and that's going to be ball 4, as Takadera is going to draw himself a walk. And that is going to put runners at first and second. It's going to bring the catcher Sakamoto to the plate. So that caught stealing of Sato is looming a little bit larger here, as after he was thrown out trying to steal, Oyama and Takadera have walked, surrounded by a flyout to left field by Kanami. So that's going to bring Seishiro Sakamoto to the plate. Sakamoto 1 for 11 in the series. And in some ways, they don't necessarily have to pitch him. They don't have to give him a lot of great pitches to hit because you do have the pitcher on deck, which is Kotaro Otake. So the right-hander Arihara ready to go back to work. He checks the runner at second, works himself to the belt. First pitch breaking ball misses up and in. Count is 1-0. It looks like having some challenges locating his pitches right now is Arihara. Our friend M. Schroeder says, crazy that Yamamoto almost pitched the 19th inning. Why not? Just tell him it's a Koshin tournament game and a high school game, and he'll be ready to go on a day's rest. There's a breaking ball missing down and away, and the count is 2-0. Some guys can bounce back better than others. Usually a day after a start, some guys either do not pick up a ball and throw, or some guys will go out and do their long tossing the day after. Depends on the player. It's depending on their routine. Some guys find it to be very, very stiff after a start. Other guys will go out and do their long toss program. So I guess it all really depends on the bounce back. They did say it was a bullpen day, I believe, for Yamamoto, as there was a fastball swung on and fouled away. It has struck the umpire, and the count is 2-1. I think that was his bullpen day. So to be able to go out and throw an inning or 2 innings, not out of the question. We would do that with college players that maybe who were a starter on a Sunday. And if you had him pitch an inning on a Wednesday, it would serve as the bullpen day. Or depending, some guys would throw that on Saturday. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded through the 6-hole into left field. Yanagita up with it, rounding third and heading home as Oyama. This throw to the plate is not in time as he slides in safely, and the Tigers have opened up a 1-0 lead. That is a huge base hit here for Sakamoto as he picks himself up an RBI. Oyama in to score the first run of the ball game. And the Tigers now have a 1-0 lead. We'll get a look at that one again. It looked like it was a two-seam fastball, and it was hit on the ground past the diving shortstop. And a nice slide in there by Oyama to get around the tag. And the Tigers are off and running. And our friend M. Schroeder says that caught stealing. Can you imagine if it was a 1-run difference between an over and an under, and that would have been the difference there? That could have been 2 runs. So runners are at first and second, and the first pitch delivered to Otake is taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Otake was 5 for 30 during the regular season at the plate for a 167 batting average. Runner at second, Takadera. Runner at first is Sakamoto. The ball is, and it's chopped foul over on the first base side. The count is 0-2 on Otake. Something that really caught my eye yesterday was the speed of Otsu. How he could get down the line. Very, very impressive. The pitcher for the Hawks had a whole other gear that I didn't expect. Well, it's no balls and 2 strikes to Otake. Chokes up on the bat, gets himself up on the plate. And the pitch from Arihara is a breaking ball that misses way outside. The count goes to 1-2. 30 pitches now for the right-hander Arihara, considering he only threw 6 in the first inning. So right-hander against the left-hander. As Arihara gets the sign from Himeno. Checks the runner over at second, and here comes the 1-2. Pitch on the way. It is a fastball swung on and missed. And Otake is in the books. He's gone for the 3rd out of the inning, but the Tigers do some damage here in the second. They got 1 run in the inning on the benefit of 2 hits. There was no errors and 2 runners left aboard. Your score as we are through 2 complete innings. It is the Tigers with a 1-0 lead. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few, as it is the Last Rounds Baseball YouTube channel, giving you all the action between the Hawks and the Tigers. We'll be right back after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the bottom third of the batting order to come to bat here for Fukuoka in the top of the third inning. That'll be Makihara, Imeno, and Arihara to face the left-hander Otake, who has retired all 6 batters he has faced. 3 strikeouts tonight for the Hanshin lefty, as this will be a little bit extra time needed. Sometimes when the pitchers are batting, you have a little bit more time in between the innings. That's the one thing that in the Central or the Pacific League, you could pretty much guarantee it's not much more than a minute in between innings. But when you got pitchers running the bases or having their at-bats, they just have that little extra time, which in some ways, I'm kind of wondering why they wouldn't do that for advertising purposes. I would think that that would be something that the advertisers would want in that situation there. Well, the Tigers grabbed that 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the second inning, and the Hawks coming to bat here in their half of the third. Makihara striding to the plate. He is 4 for 15 in the series. We said yesterday he got a hit that I think was a very charitable decision. Thought that Nakano made the error at second base, but not so said the Tigers score. So 4 for 15 in the series for Makihara as the lefty kicks and delivers. Slow breaking ball swung on. This is lifted in to the right side of the infield. Underneath it is Nakano, and he's going to catch the pop-up. And Makihara is going to be retired on the first pitch of the inning, so 1 up and 1 away. And that'll bring up Takashi Umeno. Our friend R-Dog back in the house tonight. We're glad you could make it in, as the Tigers try to extend this series. And there's no really reason why they can't. Remember, the Hawks jumped out to a lead against the Fighters, and the Fighters battled back to make it interesting, as there's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So I wouldn't bat an eye that the Tigers wouldn't be able to do something like that too, but certainly the Hawks would like to end it where they can. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is now 0-2. Umeno is hitless in his 13 at-bats in the series. I keep harping on it throughout the other games. I go, I wonder if the Hawks wish they had Takuya Kai. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-2. Kai not necessarily known for his prowess at the plate, his defensive skills, but his leadership and how that would make a difference. There's a fastball swung on Umeno, hits it into shallow left field. Coming in on it, making the catch is Takadera, and that is going to retire Umeno for the second out of the inning. So 2 quick outs, and that brings up Kohei Arihara to the plate. Not a lot of juice in that stick from Umeno. Shallow fly ball. Well, Arihara steps to the plate. He was not used as a hitter in the game in Fukuoka because they had the DH. He takes a first pitch breaking ball over for a called strike. I remember when he was last year against Yokohama and get a chance to see Arihara hit very well, or I shouldn't say hit very well, hit very much. But boy, he had hits and RBIs last year against the Bay Stars. There's a breaking ball that's waved at and missed, and the count goes to 0-2. One thing I will say about Arihara is he looks like a hitter at the plate. He gets in the batter's box, and he looks like he is ready to do damage. And there is a slow breaking ball swung on this ball. It's going to be hook-barreled foul into the seats down the left field line. Brings a smile to the face of the Fukuoka pitcher. And a wry grin from the lefty Otake. Let's see if he dials it back up here. So here comes the 0-2 pitch on the way. There's a breaking ball swung on, grounded softly to the right side. Nice job by Otake. He thought about fielding it, but he let it go to the second baseman, Nakano, who fields it and throws to first, and Arihara's in the books on the ground out 4-3. So 9 Hawks up and 9 Hawks down here through their 3 innings. They got no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're moving to the bottom half of inning number 3. Your score is the Tigers 1 and the Hawks no score. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with all the action right after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be coming to bat here for the Tigers in their half of the third inning. It'll be Chikamoto, Nakano, and Morishita to face the right-hander Kohei Arihara. Of course, Arihara grounded out to end that last half inning. As we mentioned before, he'll need a couple extra moments to gear down and to be able to deliver his pitches. Koji Chikamoto has hits in consecutive games here in the series. And he is 6 for 18, and he has definitely been the consummate fire starter for the Tigers. He just really hasn't been driven in. He does have 1 stolen base, and I would think that if he can get on, we're going to see him in full flight. At least that's my opinion here. I do think that the Tigers, probably their intentions here are going to be to run and try to run wild tonight, as long as they have a lead and they can get guys on. He was the stolen base leader. Nakano, who bats second, was 4th in the Central League in stolen bases, so the Tigers can get the Jets going. And the first pitch from Arihara on the way is a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Chikamoto grounded out to second to begin the ball game. The pride of a YG Island. As the pitch is on the way, there's a fastball swung on, lifted foul into the seats down the left field line. Our friend Clarkson-san says Yamamoto is a machine. He says the Dodgers are a great team, but he's pulling for the Blue Jays. Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Chikamoto. Breaking ball misses outside, and the count is 1-2. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are probably pulling for the Blue Jays at this point because the Dodgers are loaded. You look at their offense, the top 5 hitters in the order are as good as what you're going to find anywhere in baseball. At least 3 Hall of Famers there in the top 5 with Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman. Not sure where Will Smith will finish off. Teoscar Hernandez, very dangerous hitter. And then I have always really appreciated Max Muncy, as Chikamoto had fouled that pitch away. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. But Yamamoto on the mound in Game 6. I do think that Yamamoto is going to pace the Dodgers to victory. Here's the pitch. And there's a split finger pitch in the dirt. It is stopped by Ameno. He tags Chikamoto, and he is going to be retired for the first out of the inning. So a strikeout here for Arihara, his second of the evening. M. Shorter says, I think anyone outside of SoCal is pulling for the Jays unless they're a Shohei Ohtani fan. Yeah, that's probably a fair statement. I mean, I like Ohtani, and I really like Freeman, and I like Betts. There's a breaking ball that misses upstairs. And I'm definitely not a Blue Jay fan, but in this particular case, you're kind of pulling. The Dodgers are going to be here for a while, it looks like. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count goes to 2-0. The Dodgers aren't going anywhere at all soon with that offense and with that pitching staff. I wonder what they're going to do in the offseason. Here comes the 2-0 pitch as the right-hander Arihara delivers. Fastball at the knees for a called strike, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. This game here has been moving along quick. Fastball is going to miss just outside. The count goes to 3-1 on Nakano. And Steve-O in the house from Georgia says he's pulling for the Dodgers, and that's because Freddie Freeman was an ex-Brave. Yep, fair point. I like Freddie Freeman when he was with the Braves, and to be honest, I think he should have retired a Brave. There's a fastball swung on it, is lined, almost hits Arihara, and it goes into center field, and Nakano is on with a base hit. A 1-out single, and that's going to bring Shota Morishita to the plate. That pitch there was head height. He ripped it right back, whistled by the pitcher's ear into center field. You know, and what's interesting to that is Alex Anthopoulos of the Braves, and who's now the general manager of the Braves. I generally have a lot of respect for him about making good decisions, but Freddie Freeman never really wanted to leave Atlanta. He wanted to be the guy there. Well, I don't think it was necessarily about the money, but he went to LA for the money. Just pay the man. Give the man what he's due. I mean, he earned the opportunity. But that's a discussion for another day. So this brings Morishita to the plate, who's 0 for 1 tonight. He flew up to center field his first time up. Batting from the right side here against Arihara. 1 gone, and the runner Nakano at first. They're concerned about Nakano. That's the second time they've thrown over. And he gets back easily. Steve-O says he was hoping he would be like Chipper. Absolutely. As the right-hander Arihara ready to deliver again. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball down. And here's the thought, too, is that you've got 3 guys that you're going to build your franchise around. Either Freeman, Acuna, or Albies, as an example. Existing players there. Or even throw Austin Riley in the mix. Who are you building around? In my eyes, you're building around Freeman, then you're building around Riley. Not that Acuna isn't a great player, but is he the guy that you're going to splash multi-millions on and trust him to lead a group of other ball players? I don't know about that. As again, they throw over to first base, and again, diving back is Nakano. Anyways, that's my 2 cents of the matter. It's unfortunate, but I guess we'll have to see how it all plays out. I think that Freeman will probably go into the Hall as a Dodger, more than likely. Here's the 1-0. Breaking ball catches the outside corner for a called strike, and the count goes to 1-1. It is 1-0 for the Tigers. We are here in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. So I'm not sure what needs to be updated at this point. Unless, of course, you're getting something that we haven't. So We may be on a bit of a delay. Here's the pitch. 1-1. Fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats over on the first base side. And the count goes to 1-2 on Morishita. So 1-2. If you're synced up to us, sometimes there's a delay. I know when I was at a game in Chiba last year and there was an injury delay. And I remember watching the game. I had the game on my phone or tablet, whatever it was. And there was a good solid 15-second delay. So what we use is we use the StreamYard app, and there's another 7 there. So you can be 20 seconds behind as they throw over to first base, and diving back easily is Nakano. This might be a good pitch to run on here with 1-2 on Morishita. And I think the Hawks are thinking the same thing. Maybe a strike him out, throw him out. Or maybe Morishita able to put the bat on the ball and maybe be able to drive a run home from all the way from first. Here's the pitch. And that is a fastball swung on and missed. Morishita's in the books. He's gone for the second out of the inning. Third strikeout recorded by Arihara, and that's going to leave it all up to Teruaki Sato. Well, for Sato, he is 1 for 1 tonight. He was caught stealing in the second inning, and it was raising a lot of eyebrows at our end, especially after the next couple of batters walked. He could have been another run that would have added a 2, or it would have been the 2 on the board rather than the 1. I still keep an eye on Nakano. They got to find a way to get him in the scoring position here. First pitch on its way. Fastball down. Good stop by Umeno. 1 ball and no strikes. Already 46 pitches now for Arihara. Tigers looking to add to the lead. The home run champion of the Central League yet to open up his account in the Japan Series. So 1 ball and no strikes. As the right-hander works to the belt, now delivers. Fastball swung on, lifted foul into the seats over on the third base side. The count runs even at 1-1. No shortage of home runs in the World Series, especially tonight with the game opening up with Davis Schneider and Vladimir Guerrero going back-to-back. But if it wasn't for Yamakawa and his 3 homers in the series, we wouldn't have much power to talk about in this one. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Although the game, I think it was that second game, or no, it was the first game, the Hawks hit a bunch of balls to the warning track. As again, they throw over to first base, and again, making it back safely is the runner Nakano. So Arihara ready to go again, getting his signs from his catcher Umeno. Again, Arihara works to the belt. Now the pitch. There goes the runner. Grounded through over to the 4-hole. Fielded by Makihara, and he's going to throw to first, and that is going to be a ground out 4-3 to end the inning. And that is going to do it. Well, no runs in the inning. They did get a hit. There was no errors and 1 left the board. Your scores, we are now a third of the game complete. It is 1-0 for the Tigers. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with all the action right after this. Appreciate you guys for hanging out with us on the Last Rounds Baseball YouTube channel.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right, if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
Welcome back, everybody. We're just getting the replay of that Sato ground ball out. Pitch from Arihara blew up his bat. No wonder the ball didn't look like it was going very far. Bat broke in about 3 pieces as he had grounded out to end that inning. Well, it'll be the top of the order for the Hawks. It'll be Yanagita, Shudo, and Yanagamachi to face Otake here in the top of inning number 4. Hawks yet to find a way on base here for this one. Friend Steve says, thanks for doing this as they have the English commentary with the game. We've been calling quite a few games over the last few years. Started doing it a few years ago and just been doing it ever since. Started it in 2020. There's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. Count is quickly 0-1 to Yanagita. It went off the catcher Sakamoto, so he's going to need a moment. And our audience just keeps getting a little bit bigger and bigger each year, and we're very grateful for that. And we've had a chance to even meet some of our listeners over the past few years. Not everybody, but there's been, I'd say, about maybe 4 or 5 that we've been able to connect with, some of our American friends. As the pitch is a fastball swung on its ground softly over to first. Fielded neatly by Oyama, he steps on the bag, and that is going to retire Yanagita on a ground out 4-3. So 10 up and 10 down here for the Hawks, and that is going to bring up the center fielder Yukio Shudo. One of our friends, CV baseball card collector Cesar, is from Southern California. He was up with his wife and kids, and the area here, they were going on an Alaskan cruise. Got a chance to meet him a couple of years ago. That was kind of cool. As the pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike, the count is 0-1. Any way we can bring people together rather than to push them apart. The love of Japanese baseball. Fastball swung on. This is line down the left field line, but it's going to slice foul off of the, I don't even want to call it netting. It's almost like a cage down there, down the left field line. The count now is 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Shudo. As the East Coast is slowly starting to wake up, if you're just joining us, 1-0 Tiger lead. There's a fastball that misses off the outside corner, and the count goes to 1-2. Only 37 pitches for Otake through his 3 innings of work. He's been working quickly and economically. There's a breaking ball swung on. It's chopped foul down the first base line, but it is going to go foul, and the count remains at 1-2 to Shudo. So as I said, for our selfish reasons, we'd like to see a Saturday game, and the Tiger fans would definitely like to see it. And should that happen, it'll be 2:30 Pacific or 5:30 Eastern, as the game will go a half hour later. There's a fastball that swung on, and Shudo knifes that away foul into the seats behind the third base dugout, and the count remains at 1-2. I'm not sure if it's easier to get up early for the games or just to stay up later. Either way, we're glad you're with us. There's a breaking ball swung on, grounded over to the right side. Oyama fields it. He flips it to the pitcher covering. That's going to go as a ground out 4-3. As that retires, ground out 3-1 as it retires Shudo for the second out. Now it's going to bring up the right fielder in Tatsuro Yanagamachi. So 11 up and 11 down. We got a story brewing here? Maybe. But Otake has been brilliant here tonight in this one. Well, Yanagamachi striding to the plate. He's 0 for 1 tonight. He was banged out on strikes looking his first time up. And there's a slow eephus pitch delivered. Didn't even register on the radar. Oh, there it is, 79 kilometers. So about 50 miles an hour. Ball's in 1 strike. It was pounded into the ground foul. Count as 0-1. And there's another slow offering, and this ball is lifted into center field. Coming in hard is Chikamoto. He's there to make the catch. That one was at 69 miles an hour. So you thought the first one was slow. That was even slower, and that is going to retire Yanagamachi for the 3rd out of the inning. Just toying with him is Otake. There is no runs in the inning, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We are now moving to the bottom of the 4th inning. It is 1-0 for the Tigers. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. We'll dust off that radar gun and see if we can make even a slower pitch. We return in just a bit.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving ourselves to the bottom half of inning number 4, and the first pitch delivered to Yusuke Oyama is a fastball that misses down for ball 1. 48 pitches through 3 innings for Arihara as he begins his 4th inning of work. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, there's a fastball swung on and it's grounded foul just past the third base coach's box, and the count runs even to 1-1. Oyama 0 for 0 tonight, I guess you'd have to put it. He had a plate appearance, he drew the walk, and he has scored the only run of the game as he was driven home by the catcher Seishiro Sakamoto's RBI single. Pitch on the way, fastball just misses low, and the count goes to 2-1. Not been the series for Oyama to this part. He is 1 for 15 in our books as the right-hander ready to deliver again. And the pitch on the way is a fastball that misses inside. It now goes to 3-1 on Oyama. Kanami and Takadera to follow here. As the right-hander Arihara ready to go back to work again as he works himself to the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses inside. It's going to be ball 4. And Oyama's going to get himself his 2nd walk of the evening. That's going to bring up Seiya Kanami. Got to wonder at this point in the batting order, and I know Oyama's not exactly the most fleet of foot, but you got to be thinking that the Tigers have got to be thinking about bunting here. Dropping a bunt down, and then maybe hoping that one of the next 2 batters can drive in or get a base hit to drive them in. It's been a tough sledding piece for the bottom 3 hitters in the batting order. Coming into tonight's game, they've only had a couple of hits of the Tigers, but there's been a base hit by Sakamoto and an RBI. So maybe the bottom third is starting to wake up. So Arihara works himself to the ball. Yeah, here comes the bunt, and it's waved at and missed. Did he go? They called it a ball. Boy, oh boy, or did they? Nope, they did call it a strike. So no balls and one strike. Our friend Solario is back in with us tonight. We're glad you could join us. First, they put up a ball on the board. I was going to say, I can't believe that. Although they had to appeal to the third base umpire. I'm surprised the home plate umpire didn't go up with the right hand. Well, Kanami is squaring to bunt again. Here's the pitch. And it's down, and it's going to roll foul on the first baseline. Well, now it runs the count to 0-2. So now the question is do you keep the bunt on for Kanami? And I think I would. It's not like he's going to hit the ball into the seats anytime soon unless it's foul. So no balls and 2 strikes. Takatera is on deck. And then it'll be Sakamoto. Well, we'll see if they still have the bunt in mind. Arihara getting the sign from his catcher, Omeno. My philosophy is you got a job to do it. Now he misses with a fastball outside. It's 1-2. No sign of a bunt there. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. I was talking to Solario. I was mentioning earlier, I was having a conversation. It was actually Solario who I was messaging with, and we were talking about the needs that the Tigers will have in the off season. I just think they're 1 bat short. They're 1 bat short of being able to compete with the Hawks here. As the pitch is on the way, it's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted down the left field line, but it's going to slice into the seats. And as I'd pointed out again repeatedly about Noisy a couple of years ago being, the bat at the time. I think there was another player too that they had. I think Dan Onodera also had some moments in that series as well, if I recall correctly, or at least in the lead up to the series. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kanami as he battles Arihara here. Right-hander works to the set, now delivers. Fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats behind the third base dugout. And this battle is going to continue at 1-2. I remember a few years ago when the Tigers signed Justin Bohr. I kind of wondered how that was going to work out. And I think he started his Tigers career 0 for 16, not the way that you're going to endear yourself to the hometown fans. And speaking of the Tigers, they had at one point, I think it was 4 seasons ago, they had 8 import players on their 70-man roster. And seeing that you can only put 4 on a game sheet and play 3 at a time, that makes it a bit of a problem as they throw over to first base so Oyama gets back safely. What are you going to do with 8 healthy players that are in your roster? But Jerry Sands gave him a couple of good seasons in with the Tigers. As the pitch is on the way, there's a fastball swung on. This is lined down to left field line, and it's just going to slice foul. Oh, that would have been trouble if it would have landed. That would have been extra bases for Kanami. But the count is going to stay at 1-2. If you've just joined us, it was a leadoff single in the second by Sato. He was thrown out trying to steal second. Then Oyama walked. And then after Kanami flew out, it was a walk to Takatera and an RBI single off the bat of Sakamoto. And that was the only run scored in this one. The Tigers have action already up in their bullpen. They've got a right-hander throwing. So I don't know how far they could take Otake. Otake has given them 4 sparkling innings. There's a pitch that misses down, and the count goes to 2-2. I mean, you can't do any better than face the minimum of 12 batters. But sometimes if you haven't pitched in a while, and depending on where his count will lie, they may have a leash on him before they turn it over to their bullpen. So this is the 61st pitch coming from Arihara. Speaking of pitches, as he is ready to deliver here to the left-handed hitting Kanami. Right-hander works to the belt, now delivers. Fastball swung on and fouled. Back to the backstop, and the count remains at 2-2. All of a sudden, this is turning into quite the at-bat for Kanami. This is 8 pitches here. He's been able to survive. So really making the starter Arihara work. Not a lot of movement in these seats except for the beer girls going up and down. I know they've got cheerleader cards. One thing they should do is put beer girl cards out. Those gals are troopers. They are moving up and down like bees. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is belted into deep right field, but right to the glove of Yanagamachi as he is a few steps ahead of the warning track, and Kanami is going to be gone for the first out of the inning. It was quite the battle. And that is going to bring up the left fielder in Nozomo Takatera. My friend M. Schroeder says that was a good at-bat. But it didn't end well. He had a great swing, too, by the way. That ball was hit right on the screws. So Takatera, he walked his first time up. He is 1 for 7 in the series. As we have been barking about, it's that revolving door in left field for the Tigers. And he either drew the long straw or the short straw, depending on how you're looking at it. He got the nod to start tonight. Oyama, not necessarily one you would think would be running, as again, they throw over to first base. They are keeping him honest over there. Arihara wants to keep him out of a scoring position. Here's the pitch. That's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-0. And Schroeder says the warning track is eating good in this series. Yeah, that first game that the Tigers won, I think there were 3 balls that the Hawks hit to the warning track. Time to get back in the gym for a few more arm curls. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. Oh, I think Takatera wanted that one back. 1 ball and 1 strike it is. That was belt high, middle away. Not going to get much better than that. So 1 ball and 1 strike as Arihara looks over at the runner at first base. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball down in the dirt. Nice stop there by Umeno. Count runs to 2-1. Tigers with a 1-0 lead, looking to add to their total here. 2 balls and 1 strike it is to the left fielder Takatera. Arihara again working to the set, now delivers. Fastball swung on. This ball is lined into left field. Coming in, sliding is Yanagita, and he's unable to come up with the ball. I don't think he would have had it. It looked like he got it on the short hop as he slid, but stopping at second is Oyama. Nice play by Yanagita to keep it in front. Takatera is going to get himself a single, and that is huge for the Tigers. They've had as many hits tonight from the bottom 3 as they had in the first 4 games of the series. And Yanagita just couldn't get his glove underneath it, but he was able to stop it. And that'll bring Seishiro Sakamoto to the plate. Sakamoto already with a hit and an RBI in this one. And right now, I can understand maybe now why the pitcher is up and throwing in the pen. If Sakamoto finds his way on here, we may see a pinch hitter for Otake, with a chance for the Tigers to put some runs on the board here. That's exactly what we have. We have a pinch hitter has moved into on deck circle. I think I may have got the number there. We'll look in just a moment. As the first pitch coming to Sakamoto. On its way, there's a fastball that misses down and away, and the count is 1-0. If I saw it correctly, it could be Yukio Maegawa, who got the start the other night in left field. We'll wait officially until he is announced. Here comes the 1-0 pitch to Sakamoto. Arihara holds to the set, now delivers. Breaking ball misses down, and the count goes to 2-0. This right here is a spot in the ball game that can be a serious turning point. If the Tigers can get a couple of runs, put a crooked number on the board here, this will give the Hanshin faithful a lot to get excited about. So we'll see what happens here. The pitching coach, Ando, is talking to Otake in the dugout. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Runner at second, Oyama. Runner at first, Takatera. 1 gone here in the 4th inning. It's 2 balls and 1 strike to Sakamoto. That's a tough decision for the manager because Otake has been absolutely brilliant tonight. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, chopped softly over to third. They step on the bag. They go across the diamond. Oh, and that is going to kill the inning. It is going to be a 5-3 double play, and that is going to do it here for the Tigers in their half of the inning. Well, there was no runs. There was a hit. There was no errors, and there was 1 runner left aboard. We are now through 4 complete. Your score is the Tigers 1 and the Hawks. No score. Stick around. The excitement will be is, are we going to see Otake for another inning? We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the heart of the batting order to come for the bat for the Hawks here. It will be Yamakawa, Kurihara, and Namura as the lefty Otake is coming back out to the mound. Ground ball double play off the bat of Sakamoto to end the inning. 5-3 was the double play. And of course, if Sakamoto got on, they may at that point in time been going to a pinch hitter, but now we'll have to see, as it is going to be Otake who will lead off in the next half inning, and we'll see if they end up riding him a bit longer than this. So that could be a changing and a different point in the ball game, or at least a turning point in the game as well. So Otake Yamakawa coming to bat here to face the lefty. Otake is just completing his tune-up tosses. As we said, that sometimes in this series here, the problem is that the pitchers, because when the pitchers hit or when they're base running or when they're about to hit, it is a different situation, slows the game and times down a little bit. Well, this brings Yamakawa to the plate. Yamakawa is 4 for 10 in the series, 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out looking his first time up. as the lefty Otake, 47 pitches in 4 innings. And the first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. He has been absolutely dealing tonight. I wouldn't waste a pinch hitter on him now. I'd let him roll again. Fastball swung on, grounded to short, fielded by Kanami. He throws to first, and that is 1 away here. Ground out 6-3 as Yamakawa has gone for the first out. That'll bring up the third baseman in Ryoya Kurihara. Well, for Kurihara, he is 0 for 1 tonight. He flew out to left field his first time up. 3 for 17 in the series. 13 in a row retired by Otake to start the ball game, as the first pitch on the way is a fastball that just misses outside, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. He's been able to keep the hitters off balance. He's thrown 3 eephus pitches tonight. There's a quick pitch that he blows right by Kurihara, who swung on and missed, and the count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch again. It's a fastball swung on. It is lined foul down the left field line. The count is 1-2 to Kurihara. The pitching coach Ando is on the phone to the bullpen. I'm curious to see what exactly they got up their sleeves, if anything at all. So here comes the 1-2 pitch, as the lefty Otake works himself to the set position. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on, grounded softly over to second, fielded by Nakano. He throws to first, and Kurihara retired on a ground out 4-3. He's gone for out number 2, and the shortstop Asami Nomura is now coming to the plate. I think if I'm Otake, I might want to tell the pitching coach to put the phone down, sit down, and enjoy the action. Don't have to worry about calling to the pen. This 1-0 lead you've given me is going to hold up. And Nomura comes to the plate here, ready to face the lefty Otake. And the first pitch is a very slow breaking ball that misses up 92 kilometers an hour. And so that would have been about 53 miles, I believe. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded to short. Oh, it's off the chest of Kanami. We're going to have to wait and see if that's going to be ruled as an error or not. And nope, it's going to be ruled as a hit. And so there goes your perfect game, and there goes your no-hitter. Base hit here by Nomura. Ground ball took a strange hop, hit Kanami in the chest. Did a really good job to keep it in front. Unfortunately, unable to make the play. And that is going to put the no-no away for this one here. So that talking point is now over. And that is going to bring up the second baseman in Taisi Makihara. And they came out to check on Kanami as he took that one in the chest. Looked like it was between the sternum and the collarbone, right in the middle of the chest. I don't know if it was even worth. Tell the trainers to get lost. Leave me alone. Just slowing the game down here. So Makihara stepping to the plate, 4 for 16 in the Japan series. Had an absolute really tough go against the fighters in the Climax series. Didn't get his first hits till later in the series. He is slowly getting off the schneid a little bit here in this one, as Otake gives a token toss over to first base and easily getting back his Nomura. Makihara 304 in the regular season. He led the Pacific League. Taisi Makihara finished second with a 292 average. He was the only player with qualified at-bats to bat over 300. So Makihara hitting from the left side here, and the pitch from Otake on the way. It's a fastball taken for a called strike. Count is 0-1. Gotta love the Hawk fans. They bring their own trumpet section to the game. I've never seen, there's 2 teams I've never seen in the NPB play live. Fastball misses down and away. One is the Hawks, and the other is the Eagles. Everybody else I've seen at least once, if not multiple times. And I kicked myself. I had an opportunity a couple of years ago to see the Marines and the Hawks, and I wasn't sure if I was going to go to the game or not because they were calling for rain as they throw again over to first base. And I would have saw Arihara against Roki Sasaki as that fastball is swung on and tapped foul. And the reason I didn't go to the game, or at least didn't get tickets in advance, was because of the forecast. And what you later learn is that there's no rain checks. Or at least I don't think there's any rain checks, because I know I had one of my former players was in attendance to see Bauer pitch last year, and the game got rained out, or earlier this year, I should say, got rained out in about the second or third inning, and no rain check. There's a fastball that missed outside, and the count goes to 2-2. So unlike in the United States, where if your game is washed out, you can exchange your ticket for another day. Not so in Japan. So here's the 2-2 pitch, but instead Otake throws over to first, and diving back in time is the base runner, Nomura. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lefty delivers. There's a fastball swung on, grounded over to the right side, fielded by Oyama. Underhand flips it to the pitcher covering, and that is going to do it. A ground out 3-1 is going to end it here for the third out of the inning, and that is going to do it here in the fifth for the Hawks. We are halfway through this one. There was no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left the board. We're moving to the bottom of the fifth. It'll be the 9, 1, and 2 hitters in the batting order when we return in just a couple of moments. Let's see if Otake comes to bat, or if they're going to pull him and his night will be done. I'd be shocked if they did it, but you never know. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving ourselves to the bottom half of inning number 5. We're just waiting to see if Otake will come to bat. It's the pitcher's spot in the order. Chikamoto and Nakano slated to bat here for the Tigers in inning number 5. As I said, I don't know how long a leash that they have here for Otake. It has been absolutely brilliant in his 5 innings of work. Well, we have the answer to that. He is coming to bat, as that decision has made it a lot easier for the management. 5 for 30 during the regular season, 0 for 1 tonight, as he struck out his first time up against Kohei Arihara, who is back out on the mound for his 5th inning of work. 70 pitches for Arihara, as he delivers a first pitch fastball that catches the outside corner for a called strike. Otake looked like a disinterested third party on that first pitch and wanting to hit. Looked like how Taiwan Walker hits for the Philadelphia Phillies. There's a breaking ball swung on, and it's tapped foul over on the third base side, and Arihara is way ahead in the count at 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Unlike Arihara, who when he steps into the batter's box looks like he's ready to do damage. Otake looks like he is as disinterested to hit as anybody in the stadium. So here comes the 0-2 offering. As the pitch is on the way, there is a fastball swung on. This ball is looped into center field. Coming in is Shuto, and he's going to let it fall in front of him. So Otake's doing it all tonight. He's got a base hit single. He's been pitching really well, and it brings up the top of the order in Koji Chikamoto. Our friend Steve-O says he likes the Koshin Stadium with the dark-colored infield and the missing stripes between first and third. Yeah. And our Filipino friend comes in, says, looks like you're getting your wishes. It's the Dodgers and Jays are going 6. I think they're going 7 because I think Yamamoto is going to win that game on Friday night. Well, Otake gets the jacket just as the Hawks got their jacket the other night. He gets bundled up, and that brings Chikamoto to the plate, who's 0 for 2 tonight. And the first pitch is a fastball that misses outside for ball, and the count is 1-0. I think if it was anybody but the pitcher, you'd be thinking bunt situation right here. I say anybody but the pitcher running at first base. So the Tigers are looking for blood. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats over on the third base side. Our friend M. Schroeder earlier pointed out that it was 5.5 was the over-under total for the ball game before the game started. We got a bunch of people who have wandered in here, so I wonder what the over-under for the first 5 innings would have been set at. My guess it would have been 1.5. As the 1-1 is on the way, there is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 1-2. And so if that was the case, be a lot of interested people in here for this first 5. Concerned about that runner at first. If you took the under, you're still in good shape. If you took the over, could be a problem. Here comes the 1-2 pitch as Arihara checks the runner at first. Now delivers. Breaking ball misses down and away, and the count goes to 2-2 on Chikamoto. Our Filipino friend says the Dodgers offense needs to light it up if they want to see 7. Well, they need to at least get 1. Yamamoto might be able to take care of the rest. Darwinzon Hernandez up and throwing in the Hawks' pen, and there's a changeup swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 2-2 to Chikamoto. He was way out in front of that one. When he throws the changeup, it is a pitchfork changeup. 3 fingers. The ball's got a lot of downward movement, and in this case, away from the left-handed hitter. As Arihara gets the signals from his catcher, Umeno, and he works himself to the belt. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into right field, down for a base hit. And to get his Yanagamachi, and they're going to play station-to-station baseball with the pitcher running. Otake moves over to second. Chikamoto continues his hitting parade here. With that hit, he is now 7 for 20 in the Japan series. And that'll bring up the second baseman in Takuma Nakano. Now, I wonder if you're thinking bunt here. This is an interesting situation. Nakano to bunt. If he ends up bunting, do you walk Morishita to face Sato? I don't think I want to do that. If Nakano bats here, he is probably not a candidate to ground into a double play because he does move well down the line. So we'll see how they play this one out. Friend M. Schroeder says the live totals have gone to 3.5 and down 4.5. Yeah, very interesting. The bookies are sharpening their pencils quickly as we speak. So we got runners at first and second here. And Nakano stepping to the dish. Personally speaking, I think this might be a situation that maybe they would put on for the slash. Let's see how they play it out here. Runner at second is the pitcher Otake. It is Chikamoto at first. Otake basically plugging up the base paths here for the speed that they have behind him. And what do you say? Here is Nakano. He is squaring the bunt. And he is bunting, and he does get it down on the first base line. They're going to let it roll, and they're going to pick it up foul. As Yamakawa lets it roll, the count is quickly 0-1 to Nakano. Nakano is 1 for 2 tonight. He's got a single and 2 trips. He's now 4 for 17 in the series. Very, very interesting here. They do have, the way that they're playing the shortstop, Nomura, he is very close to the runner at second base. Literally in his hip pocket, they've got a huge hole on the left side of the infield. As I said, if he could be able to slash it, get it down, skip it by into the 6 hole, that might be something to keep your eye on here. I don't think they would try to score Otake from second base. Our Filipino friend, he said he's played it safe and went money line with the Tigers. There's a ball that's bunted. It's fielded by the catcher. Mano, he throws to third, and they're going to get Otake. Interesting decision. So Otake is going to be gone on the fielder's choice. He's in the books 2-5. He's out for the first out of the inning. Safe at first is Nakano. Advancing to second is Chikamoto. Now you've got speed on the base paths, and it's going to bring up the right fielder in Shota Morishita. Curious in that decision, as I say, with the runner being the pitcher at second. I mean, I can sit back in the chair here and make my guesses, but thinking through that situation, I don't know if I necessarily want Nakano bunting, especially with the lack of speed standing on second base. Well, that brings Morishita to the plate. Runners at first and second, one gone here in the 5th inning as the right-hander Arihara checks the runner over at second. As Chikamoto gets his lead, here's the pitch. Fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into right center field. Coming in on it is Shuto. He's there to make the catch and retreating back to the base. That was a wasted at bat by Morishita. He's gone for out number 2, and that is going to leave it all up to the third baseman in Teriyaki Sato. And it looks like that is going to be the end of the night for Kohei Arihara as the manager is coming out, taking the ball from the home plate umpire. It looks like Arihara's night is done. So they're going to the bullpen. It's going to be Darwinzon Hernandez who will be coming in to have to face the left-handed hitting Sato. And we're going to take a little break here. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. It is a 1-0 game for the Tigers. They are threatening here in the 5th. There's 2 gone. And we'll be right back after this from our good friend Steve Rademacher, who we didn't do the introduction with earlier on. And we might as well just do it now, get it out of the way.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name. And I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game. Hey, where are you going? It's a pitching change. Come on, sit back down. You don't go out there. Don't go get no food or anything. You've got a big decision. Are you gonna throw in there Rollie Fingers? Maybe Goose Gossage? How about maybe Mariano Rivera or Lee Smith, Dennis Eckersley? Who knows? It's a pitching change. Come on back. You know who I would pick for this? A nice, tall, cool one. There's my pitcher. That's my pitching change. That's a winning combination. Come see my channel. You know, every day is opening day. And according to Bob, I must be in the front row. Blah.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Darwinzon Hernandez who is coming on to face Teriyaki Sato, as he will be coming on in relief. 4 2/3 innings for Arihara here tonight. as his night is finished. He faced 21 batters throwing 82 pitches. But he leaves the game here with the runners, Chikamoto and Nakano, who he is responsible for. Hernandez making his third appearance in the Japan Series. He has an ERA of 0. He has been electric. I've said on other nights, seen him this year be outstanding. And other times, he has been a gasoline can. But lefty-lefty matchup, we'll see what he can do. Anytime you got a lefty who's low 3/4 and he can blow it at 95 plus miles an hour, makes it really difficult. The first pitch is a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-0. M. Schroeder says, do you think this is a good substitution? Yeah, I think it'd be something that's well played. There's a fastball that he blows right by Sato, and the count goes to 1-1. I think the odds are in the favor of the manager. I don't think it's the worst thing. Arihara tonight has not been exactly the sharpest Arihara that we've seen at times, lacking some command on his pitches. So 1-1 it is to the left-handed hitting Sato. Here's the pitch. There's a fastball that comes inside. They appeal over to the third base umpire, and he goes up with the right hand. Sato looked like he was trying to get out of the way, couldn't hold up his swing. Now the count goes to 1-2. He thought it was coming inside to hit him. So 1-2 it is. And the fact that Sato does strike out a lot also weighs into the decision here to bring in the lefty. Hernandez shaking his catcher off multiple times. Now he nods in agreement. Here comes the 1-2. Fastball in on the hands, lifted foul over on the third base side. The count remains at 1-2. Just a reminder, after this half inning, they take the 5-minute break in between the 5th and the 6th. As they come out and they'll work on the field, the umpires and the players will get their smoke breaks, as everybody kind of laughs about a little bit. Here's the pitch. Fastball. Ooh, that pitch was pretty good. Hernandez was walking off the mound thinking it was strike 3, but not according to the home plate umpire. We got to look at that pitch. And that's, you know what? Probably was the right call. We got to look at the replay. In live time, I thought it was strike 3. In replay time, I think the umpire needs to get a little bit of credit there. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. On the way, fastball swung on and lifted foul again. And the count remains at 2-2. This is where Darwinzon Hernandez and the Hawks need to be smart. I'd like to see him pull the string on a pitch. Hernandez had a second pitch to get Sato way out in front. This would be the time to do it. But it has to be a significant difference. Here comes the 2-2. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on, lined over the head of the second baseman, down for a base hit. Picked up by Shuto. They round Chikamoto in to score. He's going to make the scoreline 2-0. Sato gets a fist pump over at first base. All the way to third is Nakano. RBI single off the bat of Sato, and they now have a 2-0 lead. And the Tigers getting some clutch hitting here tonight so far. And that is going to bring up the first baseman in Yusuke Oyama. So back to M. Schroeder. Is this a good substitution? I still think it was a good substitution, but I don't know if I like the way that they pitched him. We saw a lot of fastballs in that at bat, and finally they left one over the plate, and a good piece of hitting there by Sato. They needed to mix something in a little bit better than that. Too good a pitch. Now we have another conference on the mound as they're coming out to discuss what they're going to do to Oyama here, who has been on base twice tonight. Yeah, I said at the outset, I think this game's going to be an over. I think our friend M. Schroeder came in and said 5.5 for the over, and I said, I believe it. I think that the bullpens are going to be the difference in this one here tonight. Now, mind you, Otake has given a lot more than I have thought that he would. And so here comes the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and lifted foul down the right field line. Count is 0-1 to Oyama. The Normality Channel with Ryan Taylor. I assume that's Ryan Taylor who is talking to us right now. Said if the Tigers win this game, it'll be game on. Yeah, I think with Murakami slated to go Saturday night, that would be a very interesting game. And there's a fastball swung through and missed, and the count now goes to 0-2 on Oyama. And a similar situation here. You've just thrown 2 fastballs to Oyama. This is where you need to have something of a changeup or some sort of breaking ball that would take the hitter's rhythm off here. But all Hernandez has done is just poured in gas. So here comes the 0-2 pitch on the way. Fastball misses up and away. The runner takes off for second base, and Sato is going to get himself a stolen base. So that takes the fielder's choice out of the play here, or out of the equation. As now you got runners at second and third with a ball and 2 strikes here to Oyama. So again, Hernandez delivers. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count remains at 1-2. So ball and 2 strikes. And so suggesting it'll be game on, I think to some degree it would be. Then, you also have to look at the game 7. Who would they go to at that point? Are we going to see Psyche against Moinello? That would be quite the matchup. There's a fastball taken for a called third strike. Oh, Oyama stood there like the house by the side of the road. He's retired for out number 3. But the Tigers do some damage in the inning again. They got a 1 run in the inning on the benefit of 3 hits. There was no errors, and there were 2 runners left aboard. Your score as we are now through 5 complete. It is the Tigers 2 and the Hawks no score. We're going to put the music on loop. We're going to take ourselves a little break, and we'll be back and join you with all the action after the smoke break that they take here, or the 5-minute timeout in between innings. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back in just a bit. Glad you can make it in on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Katara Otake who is coming back out for his sixth inning of work. And we'll have to see what is going to be on the minds of the Hawks here. They have the 8, 9, and 1 hitters to come to bat. There'll be Ameno, the pitcher's spot in the batting order, which would be Hernandez, and the top of the order in Yanagita. One would have to anticipate that Ari Hara's obviously night is done and that we may see a pinch hitter in the spot here from here on out. This is the part of the baseball that I really like and I'm going to miss is with the pitchers hitting. It really forces the managers to have to think and to have to manage. When you have a situation where you don't have the pitchers hitting, there's no double switches, how you manage when you take your pitchers in and out. I just really enjoy that, or I'm going to miss that part of the game. And in the Central League, they have voted that in 2027, they will go to the universal DH, much like the Pacific League has done. And so it looks like we are going to have a pinch hitter straight away here. And it looks like Ameno's night is going to be done. It's going to be Hiroki Manai. So we have a pinch hitter here for the catchers. So Manai in the bat. The first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1, so I would assume he's going to go in to catch as well for Umeno. So no balls and 1 strike. As the lefty delivers a fastball that misses down, and the count goes even at 1-1. Umeno is having a tough series at the plate, 0 for 14, so not necessarily the worst decision here. Kind of wondered when that would happen. If you trust him as your catcher, or if he's your number one guy, do you maybe consider starting Manai or somebody else in the next game and then bringing Umeno in for defensive purposes later? As that fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is 1-2. But yeah, a lot of people say, hey, they enjoy the DH, but it's the strategy of the game that I'm going to miss. Because typically you're not pinch hitting for your designated hitter. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats on the first base side of home plate, and the count remains at 1-2. Designated hitter is there for a reason. They are there to hit. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Manai, the pinch hitter. As the lefty Otake gets the sign from his catcher Sakamoto. He kicks and delivers. There's a slow breaking ball swung on, and it's lined into center field. So Manai does something that Ameno couldn't do, and that's got a base hit here in his first at-bat of the Japan series, and he gets some fist pumps over at first base from the first base coach. So he did a good job, stayed on the 1-2 pitch, was able to drive it into center field. And that is going to bring the pitcher's spot up in the batting order, but we'll have to wait and see who is going to get the nod here. I would be surprised if Kensuke Kondo came off the bench this early. I would rather have him hit a little bit later. As the first pitch is on the way, it is number 31. And I can't pick up the number quite yet. It's Tomoya Masaki into pinch hit here. The first pitch was taken for a ball, so 1 ball and no strikes. And there's a breaking ball missing down. And the count is 2-0. So Tomoya Masaki being used as the pinch hitter here, and we'll keep an eye in case it's a double switch. And sometimes that can happen as well. And the pitch on the way, if he stays in the game, fastball swung on and tap foul right at home plate. And the count now goes even at 1-1. Hawks ahead in the series at 3-1, looking to try to finish the Tigers off here tonight. Tigers, for their part, looking to stay alive, enjoying a 2-0 lead here in the top half of inning number 6. As the lefty Otake delivers, there's a fastball swung on, grounded to short. They go to second for 1, back to first, double play, and Masaki is gone on a 6-4-3 double play. So Minai erased for the first out. Gone is Masaki for the second. It'll bring up the top of the order in Yuki Yanagita. Well, for Yanagita, 0 for 2 tonight. He has grounded to first and grounded to second in his 2 trips to the plate. As Otake has kept him off balance. He is 8 for 18 in the series. So Otake has been magic here tonight. Here's the pitch. And there's a really slow breaking ball. That was at 89 kilometers an hour. That is swung on and tap foul over on the first base side. I think the Hawks are going to have to stop swinging at the EFIS pitches. Either that or they're going to have to get their pregame training on a slow pitch diamond. As the pitch is a fastball swung on, it is punched through the 6-hole past the glove of Kanami. So Yanagita stays inside. The ball goes the other way. Another hit here for the Hawks in the 6th inning. It's going to bring up the center fielder in Yukio Shudo. So good piece of hitting there by Yanagita. His first 2 at-bats, he was pull happy. And that one there, good job. Inside-out swing going the other way. As they were giving him a lot of the left side of the infield. Well, that brings Shudo to the plate. As Shudo is 0 for 2 in this one. He's grounded to short and grounded to the first baseman. 8 for 19 in the Japan series. As the pitch on the way is a slow breaking ball missing inside, and the count is 1-0. Ball and no strikes to Shudo. Otake maybe might be losing a little bit of something there. He's not getting the bite on his pitches that he had earlier on. Here's the pitch. Fastball hammered foul down the right field line. Oh boy. Shudo made no mistake about that one, but he just hook-barreled it foul into the seats, and the count is 1-1. There is action going on in the Tiger bullpen. They have a lefty and a righty up and throwing. As the lefty Otake throws over to first base and getting back easily. It looks like it is Daichi Ishii and Masaki Oyakawa. We've seen both of those pitchers in the series. So no strangers to the Hawks. As the lefty Otake delivers, there's a fastball swung on. It is lifted into left field, moving over toward the line with room to make the catch is Takatera, and that is going to do it. Otake, with a big scream there, he is going to get Shudo for out number 3, and that's going to do it here for the Hawks in inning number 6. No runs in the inning, a couple of hits, no errors, and 1 left aboard. We're moving to the bottom half of inning number 6. It is 2-0 for the Tigers. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a little bit with all the action right here on the Last Rounds Baseball YouTube channel. Stay with us.
Oh, hey. Yep. I'm just sitting here listening to Freddie call another game here on YouTube. Oh, yeah, going really good. He's calling a great game, really exciting, lots of stuff going on. You're lucky it's commercial break right now. I got a second. Oh, yeah, of course I'm having a cold one. Oh, yeah, got plenty of videos coming up this week. You should stop in, check them out, leave a like, tell other people. But, Freddie's coming back. I got to go catch the game. I will check in with you later. You have a good night, buddy. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. The Hawks have gone to their bullpen as they have brought in another left-hander. This is going to be another Matsumoto. This is Haru Matsumoto, as he is making his second appearance. He has worked an inning and a third in the Japan series, and he's got an ERA of 0. So the other Matsumoto out of the pen, Haru, will take over here for Darwinzon Hernandez. And he is slated to face, it'll be Kanami, Takatera, and Sakamoto. And that would mean the 6, 7, and 8 hitters to come to bat. And the first pitch is a fastball that comes inside, almost hits Kanami, and the count is quickly 1-0. Kanami 0 for 2 tonight. He has flown to left and lined to right. 0 for 3 in the series. As Matsumoto kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on, grounded softly to the right side. Makihara fields it, side slings it to first, and that is going to retire Kanami on a ground out 4-3. So 1 gone here in the inning, and that'll bring up the left fielder in Nozomu Takatera. Well, for Takatera, he's been on base twice tonight. A good incision into the lineup. He is 1 for 1, and he's drawn a walk. He's now 2 for 8 in the Japan series. And maybe with some production here, this will stabilize the left field position if they do have another ball game on Saturday. As there's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. Our friend Titus in the house here. Glad you can make it in. Watching the game on TV. There's the pitch. It is a fastball taken for a called strike. Is it on ABC television tonight? Or is it on a different feed for you here? As the 1-1 pitch is on the way, there's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted down the left field line. It is slicing just foul. And the count goes to 1-2 on Takatera. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. I got to tell you, I can't tell you how many times. Oh, you said it's on NTV, so is that Nippon television? A lot of our folks ask us early on, and they want to know where it's going to be, and especially our American listeners. I always tell them I don't know where in the States. I know Dingo TV had games quite a bit this year. I don't know if they're carrying anything on the app. There's a fastball that misses down and away, and the count now goes to 2-2 on Takatera. People were looking at Dingo, I guess, but don't know much about Dingo. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Is Matsumoto ready to deliver again? He kicks and fires. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is lined past the glove of the second baseman into center field. Makihara dove and wasn't able to come up with it. So Takatera with his second hit of the night. A base hit single here. That is exactly what the Tigers needed. The Tigers tonight, I was barking about this before. They had 2 hits out of the bottom part, or I think it was 3 hits because they got one last night, and the bottom part of the batting order. And the first 4 games of the series, and tonight they've got 4 hits. They've got 2 from Takatera, 1 from Sakamoto, and 1 from Otake. That is exactly what the doctor has ordered for the Tigers. Production from the bottom third. As the batter, as Sakamoto comes to the plate, he squares to bunt, but they throw to first. Interesting. God is Great says that Dingo TV is having issues of charging people and giving their information illegally somehow. Yeah, that's very, very interesting and shady at the same time. As there is a pitch that is taken for a strike. Count as 0-1 here to Sakamoto. Our friend Chris coming in, and he's dropping us some British pounds. He says checking in for the second half of this game, and really appreciate that. I don't know what a British pound can get me these days, but I know when I convert it to Vietnamese dong in another 46 days or 45 days, I'm sure it'll buy me a few cups of coffee. And there's a bunt right in front of home plate, but it's a foul ball. Oh, the catcher not very happy. Not very happy with that. As he thought Amano thought that he was able, or sorry, that's Manai who's come in to catch. Thought that he was able to get out front. We're going to have a look at this, I think. I think the manager says, hang on, we want to take a look at the replay or not. No, he's giving him the X sign. Maybe they're not going to look at this. I want to take a look at it. So the pitch was delivered from Matsumoto. And that was bunted right in front of the plate. Manai had pounced out in front of it. Yeah, that wasn't an angle that was going to show us the angle on the third baseline, Mike. Ball was bunted down into foul territory. Had some topspin on the ball. The question was, did it go far? And of course, they're not going to let me make that decision as they pull it away. Chris says we're not sure how much it is in Canadian dollars either these days. Not much either. So here comes the 0-2, but instead they throw to first base, and diving back in time is the runner Takatera. Kataro Otake is slated to come to bat next as he is on deck, but we'll wait and see if they're going to pull him for a pinch hitter here, if his night would be over. There was a breaking ball swung on and grounded foul. The count is 0-2. My guess is they might, in the event that Takatera can get over to second base. But much appreciated there, Chris, for your support. I don't know when I'm going to get back over into Europe. My travels have taken me to Southeast Asia over the last little bit. Taiwan in the summer, Vietnam in the winter. As there's a fastball swung on, it is lifted into straightaway center field. Underneath it is Shudo. He's there to make the catch. And Sakamoto is going to be retired for the second out of the inning. And by all accounts, that looks like it is going to be the end of the night for the starter Kataro Otake. They're going to bring in a pinch hitter here. And we'll see who that will be in just a moment. That's unfortunate because Otake has done everything tonight. Shut out the Hawks through 6. And on top of it, got himself a base hit in this one here tonight. So it is going to be number 68 coming to bat. And this is Hayato Nakagawa. And Hayato Nakagawa is a catcher, so I don't think they'll do a double switch, but you never know. So Nakagawa batting from the right side. And the first pitch he swings at, and he lifts this one into right field. Coming over underneath it with room to make the catch is Yanagamachi, and that is going to retire Nakagawa. He is gone for the third out of the inning. And that is the end of the night for Otake. We're going to have a pitching change. It looks like it's going to be a lefty, but we'll have to wait and see in just a couple of moments. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left aboard. We are now through 2/3 of this game complete. Your score is the Hanshin Tigers to the Fukuoka Softbank Hawks. No score. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a few after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters slated to come to bat for the Hawks in inning number 7. That means Yanagamachi, Yamakawa, and Kurihara. They have gone to the bullpen, have the Tigers, as they are bringing out a left-hander. It's Masaki Oyakawa. He has been used before in the series, but a fantastic outing here by Kotaro Otake coming to an end. And I think he probably could have gone yet another inning if he was needed to do so, or maybe even more. But Oyakawa on in relief. He is just completing his tune-up tosses, and we are ready to resume the action. As we said, it'll be 3, 4, and 5 slated to come to bat here for the Hawks. Well, for Yanagamachi tonight, he is officially 0 for 2. He has struck out looking and flew to center field, 2 for 15 in the series. But the big fella is on deck, and that is Otake Yamakawa. So we are getting closer to getting into the deep water here as we're in the back third of the ball game. Tigers win tonight. It'll force Game 6 on Saturday in Fukuoka. If the Hawks are able to come from behind and win, well, then the series is over. If it ends up going 12 innings, well, that means that the first team to win 4 will have the opportunity. Fastball swung on, grounded up the middle, and Yanagamachi is aboard with a leadoff single to start inning number 7. And so that'll bring Otake Yamakawa to the plate. So not quite the welcoming that the lefty Oyakawa was expecting. So a good piece of hitting there by Yanagamachi, as he's got himself a single, and that will bring up Yamakawa. Yamakawa has homered in 3 consecutive games. He struck out looking in the 2nd and grounded to short in the 5th. As establishing his lead over there at first base is Yanagamachi. He can run a little bit as the lefty works himself to the set. And the first pitch on the way is a breaking ball down, and it's a good stop there by Sakamoto, keeping the runner at first base. 1 ball and no strikes to Yamakawa. Not exactly the guy you want to be facing when there's runners on base. So Yamakawa waiting here on the offering from Oyakawa. As we said earlier, it's going to be a battle of the pens. I think the runs will be coming here in the next couple innings. There's a breaking ball missing outside. It's now 2-0 to Yamakawa. If I'm Yamakawa, I'm trying to hit the ball all the way to Fukuoka if I get a chance to here. Anything close swinging out of my socks. So the big fellow waggling the bat. Waiting on the 2-0 offering. Let's see what Oyakawa has to offer. And the pitch is a fastball that catches the outside corner. Oh, he snuck it by the big fella. Count goes to 2-1. Yamakawa enjoying a nice series, 4 for 11. And 3 of the 4 hits have been home runs. I was saying before, he didn't even get the start in Game 1. He was riding pine. I don't think he's going to be seeing any of the pine the rest of the way. Here comes the 2-1. And the pitch on the way. It's a breaking ball. Waved at and missed, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Runner at first is Yanagamachi. Yamakawa at the plate here. Nobody out in the 7th inning. Hawks with a golden opportunity to try to get back into this one here with Kurihara and Nomura waiting their turns next. So the left-hander getting the sign from his catcher, Sakamoto. Works himself into the set position. He checks the runner at first. Here comes the 2-2. And instead, he throws over to first base, and getting back without a fuss is Yanagamachi. We'll get ready to do the 2-2 all over again. And if you have just joined us, the Tigers scored a run in the second. They got another in the fifth. RBI singles off the bat of Sakamoto and Sato have given them this 2-0 lead. Here's the 2-2. Fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into center field. Coming in, sliding and making the catch is Chikamoto. Oh boy, he hit it right on the screws, did Yamakawa, but right to the glove of the center fielder. Nice play by Chikamoto. He had to come in. Looked like he got a little bit of a late break on it. I don't know if it's the lights. I know that Shuto sometimes struggles out in center field. But he was able to come in and he slid to got low to make the catch as he fell to his knees, and that is going to retire Yamakawa for the first out of the inning. That's going to bring up Ryoya Kurihara to the plate. Kurihara has struggled in the series. He is 3 for 18. And tonight he is 0 for 2, a flyout and a groundout to his name. Tigers ahead 2-0 here, 1 gone in the top of the 7th. As Kurihara gets himself into the batter's box. Lefty-lefty matchup. Be curious here to see maybe if they decide at some point to put Yanagamachi in motion, maybe to stay out of the double play. I would think in this spot, Kurihara is a double play candidate. As the lefty kicks and delivers, there's a breaking ball waved out and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and a strike. Interesting, that pitch there. I'm not sure if that was as much as a breaking ball or possibly that of almost like a cutter in some ways, the way that he grips it. So no balls and 1 strike as the lefty holds set. And now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball down. They're going to appeal over to the first base umpire, but they say that Kurihara didn't go, and the count goes even at 1-1. So a ball and a strike. Just going back to God is Great earlier, I didn't see that last post that he had. Too many scandals, and it's too bad. Yeah, I had that conversation at the Tokyo Dome a couple of years ago with one of the staff members when they were handing out their brochures about being able to watch games on streaming games. There was a fastball that misses down, and the count's 2-1 now to Kurihara. And then I told him, I said, well, I'm not from Japan, and, what do you have for the North American audience? And he just kind of laughed. And I think that the Japanese really miss, or at least the Central League, maybe not the Pacific League, but the Central League really miss an opportunity to broaden their brand image by not having their games in other parts of the globe. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses outside. The count goes to 3-1 on Kurihara. I remember a number of years ago, the New York Yankees partnered with Manchester United, at least their marketing teams did, because what they wanted to do is they wanted to have the global awareness. They wanted to be able to increase the brand image. And if you're in North America, who else but the Yankees? And at the time, that was when Sir Alex Ferguson was still running ship in Manchester. And broaden your horizons there. Here's the 3-1. Fastball swung on, taps softly over to third. Sato fields it. They go to second for the force. And it is going to retire Yanagamachi. It's going to go down as a fielder's choice. Kurihara is going to be safe at first. Yanagamachi is going to be gone 5-4 on the putout. He's gone for the second out of the inning, and that's going to leave it all up to the shortstop, Isami Nomura. Well, for Nomura, he is 1 for 2 tonight. He's got a single and 2 trips. He is officially 2 for 10 in the series. But just back a little bit to what I was saying about the brand image. And, some people, they like to get the pirated, or I don't say if they like, but they get the pirated feeds that they would probably pay $5 a month for if they could. As the lefty works himself to the set. And here's the pitch. Fastball misses down, and it's 1-0 to Nomura. I mean, you think about it, $5 US. 6-month season, maybe an extra bit for the playoffs. He could be, I don't know, possibly $40 US a year. How many people in the States would pay that? I mean, probably a lot. Yeah, very interesting. Chris says, yeah, that was a 99 when they linked up. Yep. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball that misses down. It's now 2-0 to Nomura. I have to tell you that Oyakawa has been a bit of an escape artist here in the inning. He's not been sharp. If he's able to get out of this inning unscathed, one would have to think he's probably going to have to go shower, get changed before the police come looking for him, because he will have stolen the outs from the Hawks here in this inning. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Kicks and fires. Fastball taken for a called strike, and it's now 2-1. Yeah, so, when you look at that situation where as we said about the Yankees and Man United linking up with their marketing firms, you think about like the Tokyo Giants, the Yomiuri Giants. How about them linking up with the Yankees or somebody along those lines, or maybe linking up with the Dodgers? What a fantastic opportunity that would be. Or with an NFL team. In other words, hey, we're going to use the marketing of the NFL. There's a fastball missing down. It's now 3-1 to Nomura. National Football League. They turn every weekend into an event. Kind of like NASCAR. NASCAR, every race is an event, although I don't really follow NASCAR. But that's what NASCAR does. They turn everything into an event in a different spot. 3 balls and 1 strike as the lefty holds set. And now delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted down the right field line, but it's going to slice well into the seats. The count is now 3-2 to Nomura. Not sure if that last pitch was a breaking ball or if it was a split finger pitch. It was hard to tell. Didn't look like it did anything other than the grip. I'm interested in the grip of Oyakawa. Well, it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. There's 2 gone here in the inning, and the runner, Kurihara, is going to be on the move. So you got to make sure that the pitcher goes to the dish. As soon as he goes, Kurihara is going to be off to the races, and the pitch on the way. Fastball misses down. It's going to be ball 4, and that is going to bring runners to first and second with 2 out, and it's going to bring Taisi Makihara to the plate. Or is it? We're going to find out what the Hawks manager has up his sleeve here. Is it going to be Makihara? No, it's not. They're going to pinch hit a lefty for a lefty. We're going to get Kensuke Kondo to come in to pinch hit. Oh, that's an interesting decision. So Kensuke Kondo coming off the bench to hit for Makihara. Makihara, the batting champion, but let's get serious here. Kensuke Kondo, if he had a healthy season, he would have been competing for the top spot in the Pacific League. So runners at first and second, 2 gone here. Kurihara, the runner at second. Nomura, the runner at first. Kondo stepping up to the dish. 2-0 Tigers have the lead. He is 4 for 10 in the Japan series. He had 2 starts in Fukuoka. He's had pinch hit appearances here in the home of the Hanshin Tigers. He's in to face the lefty here. Interesting decision. So I have to think that probably Kawase would be coming in to play second base, or maybe short in the next inning with Nomura moving over. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. Count is 0-1 to Kondo. That pitch was center cut. So no balls and 1 strike to Kondo. Lefty-lefty matchup. Kondo waiting on the offering here from the lefty Oyakawa, who has not been as sharp as we've seen from earlier in the series. And the 0-1 on the way. Fastball down. Oh, that was a good stop by Sakamoto. Count runs even to 1-1. So a ball and a strike. As we mentioned, should this series go to Saturday, we will be back on the airwaves again for that. Saturday and then Sunday. I also said tonight, I wouldn't bat an eye if this game or one of these games, the next couple of games, ended up going extra innings. Can you see this one going 12 tonight? Maybe. There's a breaking ball missing inside, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Kondo. As we said, it's not a best of 7. It's the first one to get 4 wins because you can have some ties in this series. I was talking the other night. I said, how cool would it be to be able to get an 8-game series? Again, Kondo waggling the bat. Lefty Oyakawa ready to deliver again, and now time has been called as Kondo has stepped out of the box. "20 pitches already in the inning for Oyakawa. Kondo waggles the bat. 2 balls and 1 strike. Lefty Oyakawa works himself into the set position. Here comes the 2-1. On the way, fastball misses down, and it's now 3-1 to Kondo. Waiting on deck is the catcher Minai, who came on to hit for Imeno in the 6th inning. And then it'll be the pitcher's spot in the batting order. So Kondo taps both sides of the plate. 3 balls and 1 strike as the lefty works himself into the set position. And the pitch on the way is a fastball at the knees, taken for a called strike. I'm not sure what Kondo was looking at there. Now we got 3 balls and 2 strikes. The runners are going to be on the move here again. So Kondo ready to face the offering from the lefty. Kurihara at second, Nomura at first. 2 gone in the 7th. There's a big pitch coming up right here. The 3-2 coming to Kondo. Oyakawa nods in agreement. He likes the signals that he gets. As he works into the set position, here comes the 3-2. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and tapped foul just in front of home plate. It might have hit Kondo, actually. Had some strange English on it, and it's going to keep the count at 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes it remains. And Oyakawa gets a new baseball. He rubs it up, and we're ready to go back to work here again. Crowd cautiously optimistic. Hawk fans urging their team on. 3 balls and 2 strikes it is to Kondo. Lefty again holds set. Here comes the pitch. Kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on, grounded, foul, just past the bag at first base. And it keeps the count at 3-2. It's been an entertaining affair here tonight. As we said, it's been fun baseball to watch. 2-0 lead for the Tigers. Top of the 7th inning. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Kondo. 2 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Tigers tonight. No runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Hawks. And it's 3 balls and 2 strikes to Kondo. Oyama ready to go again. As quick as the pace as the game started with, it has significantly slowed down here. There go the runners. Here's the pitch. Fastball, take it for a called 3rd strike. Oh, I don't know what Kondo was looking at. Not going to get a better pitch than that. He has gone for out number 3, and that'll do it here for the Hawks in their half of the 7th. There was no runs in the inning. There was a hit. There was no errors, and 2 runners left aboard. We are now moving to the bottom of the 7th inning. Your score is the Tigers 2 and the Hawks. With no score, stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple of moments with all the action Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Rounds Baseball YouTube channel. It's time for Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the top of the order to come to bat here for the Tigers in their half of inning number 7. Chikamoto, Nakano, and Morishita. And the first pitch is swung on. It's grounded over to short. And is that going to do it there for out number 1? It looks like it is. Or is it? No, that's not going to be it there. That's a replay that ended that half inning. Sorry for that there. False alarm, or is it? Was that one quick out? We didn't even get the pitching change here in that part either, as it does look like it is a lot of stuff going on. Who do we have here? It is one pitch and one away, as it was a ground out there. So it is still Matsumoto on the hill. One strike here to Nakano. So Chikamoto with one pitch, he grounded out. So one in the books here for the Tigers as the lefty delivers. Fastball swung on. This is lined down the left field line, and it's just going to slice foul. And the count is now 0-2 on Nakano. Nakano's 1 for 3 tonight. He's got a single in 3 trips. 4 for 18 in the series. As he gets himself a new bat. Chris says he likes the Take Me Out to the Ball Game montage. Yeah, I've got to work on another one. I got some off-season stuff I got to do to pick up the pace here a little bit. We're going to get a good off-season running. Going to get a good run at the podcasts as well, as there's a fastball lifted into left field. Swung on, lifted to left field, moving toward the foul line and making the catch is the left fielder, Yanagita, and that is going to retire Nakano for the second out of the inning. And that is going to leave it all up to the right fielder, Shota Morishita. Also didn't get the defensive changes. As we said, Kawase is in the ballgame. The Makihara is done for the night as Morishita steps to the plate. But I just don't know if Kawase is at short and if they move Nomura to second. That would be my guess. It seems to be the favored move. There's a breaking ball that misses inside, and the count is 1-0 to Morishita. This is the second inning of work for Haru Matsumoto. As the lefty works himself to the belt, here comes the pitch. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is. It's been a lot of fun calling the games this year as we didn't quite get to the mark where we wanted to. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into right field. Moving back on it is Yanagamachi, and he's going to make an over-the-shoulder catch for the third out of the inning. And the Tigers go quickly and quietly here in inning number 7. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're now through 7 complete innings. It is the Tigers 2 and the Hawks no score. Getting into the deep water, everybody. 8th inning is just around the corner, and we'll be back in just a couple moments after this.
Never really know what's going on. Look at me sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. It's all the things you never show.
Well, you got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
Welcome back, everyone. It is going to be coming to bat here. It'll be Manai, the pitcher spot in the batting order, and the top of the order in Yuki Yanagita. And so we'll see who exactly they'll be sending the plate. I'm also curious to see, maybe it will be Kawase in that spot there. Sometimes they may do a double switch. And we'll take a peek if Kawase is now in that 9 spot with the pitcher that will go somewhere else. I'll have to take a look here. No, it is Manai, Matsumoto, and Yanagita. Yeah, we do have a pitching change as the Tigers are going to their bullpen. It's number 69, Daichi Ishii, who is now on in relief. He will be the 3rd pitcher used tonight as he comes in for Oyakawa. So Daichi Ishii on in relief here. The 3rd pitcher used tonight by the Hanshin Tigers. He has appeared in the series and he's been fairly effective. We've watched him pitch. He's not a big fella. So this is Manai coming to bat. He is making his 2nd at bat. The starting catcher, Meno, 0 for 15 in the series. I keep wanting to say tournament for some reason, or 0 for 14. And there's a breaking ball that Manai takes for a called strike. It's 0-1. And Manai in his first at bat had a base hit single. So now he is in the hole at 0-1. I'm sure that'll be an interesting conversation in the next half inning with the home plate umpire. Got to be able to protect me, Blue. I got to protect you. Here comes the 0-1. Breaking ball waved out and missed, and the count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Manai. Waiting his turn on deck. We're not sure yet. As we said, it is the pitcher spot, but I don't think we're going to see Matsumoto. So we'll see what the Hawks manager has up his sleeve. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. As he kicks and delivers, there's a fastball swung on and is grounded through the 4-hole into right field. And Manai, with his 2nd hit of the night, oh yeah, he's all smiles. He's having a lot of fun out there. Hawks have 5 hits tonight, and he has 2 of them. Pretty impressive. So he is aboard at first base, and we'll see what the Hawks are sending to the dish here. And I think if I'm the Hawks, I might want to send somebody who's maybe not a hitter, but as much as a good bunter. Will they send Kenta Imamiya to the plate? Nope, they're going to send Jeter Downs. So Jeter Downs getting a chance to pinch hit here. He's got that open stance, so Downs getting the opportunity. And the pitch on the way from Ishii, fastball swung on and missed. And the count is quickly 0-1. No sign of a bunt. I'm a little surprised here. I would have thought maybe Imamiya off the bench to drop a sac bunt, which he's known for. And then you got Yanagita and Shudo to try to drive in the runner from second base. Instead, I don't know if you're wasting an opportunity here by bringing someone in to swing the bat when you could have had maybe somebody drop the bunt. Although the runner Manai is not exactly a speedster. As the 0-1 is on the way, it's a fastball that just misses low. And that might play into consideration too. Do you bring in Imamiya to drop a sacrifice bunt, but the runner going from first to second might get thrown out by a country mile. So Ishii ready to go again. 1 ball, 1 strike to Downs. As the right-hander holds set. And here's the pitch. Breaking ball misses down. It's now 2-1 to Jeter Downs. Yanagita. And then Shudo to follow here. So 2 balls and 1 strike as the right-hander nods in agreement. Gets the sign, comes set at the belt. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Fastball swung on, and it's going to be lifted foul into the seats over on the first base side of home plate. It's now 2-1, 2-2 to Downs. Curious to see if Jeter Downs will be back in the fold again next year. Times he played pretty well. At other times it looked like typical Jeter Downs. Curious to see if the Hawks have really been clamoring for that middle infield when they brought Freddie Galvis over, really looking for something to fill up in the middle infield. Here's the 2-2. Fastball misses down and in. That last pitch was at 94 on the gun. It's now run 3-2 here to Downs. Curious here to see if a 3-2 pitch, I wonder if they would put the runner in motion. I know there's nobody out right now, but to try to stay out of a double play, they might have to do a strike him out, throw him out. I know it's the catcher at first. But if he does put the ball in play, then maybe they can stay out of the double dip. Here comes the 3-2. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and missed, and the runner wasn't going anywhere. And Jeter Downs is gone for the first out of the inning. It'll bring up the top of the order in Yuki Yanagita. Well, so much for that speculation. So Yanagita coming to the plate. He is 1 for 3 tonight. He is grounded to first, grounded to second, and he is singled. It was his last at bat that he singled. It was a good piece of hitting as he had hit a ground ball through the 6 hole into left field that I personally enjoyed. He had been trying to pull, looked like he was trying to pull the ball every time he'd come to the plate, and then he was able to stay inside, go the other way. There's a fastball swung on and is lifted into deep left field. That ball could be trouble. As if the ball stays fair, it's going to be gone, and it's a home run. Yuki Yanagita has just tied the game with a 2-run shot. It looked like it was going to slice foul off the bat, and the Hawk fans have gone into an absolute rage in the stands. Yuki Yanagita showing flashbacks. I didn't think that ball was going to stay fair. 2-run blast as he goes the other way. And we are all tied up at 2 apiece. And that is going to bring Yukio Shudo to the plate. I look at the pitch, even the replay. It looked like he got it off the end of the bat. It was slicing, but it just stayed inside the foul pole, and the crowd has gone crazy. A 2 spot here in the top of the 8th inning is tied it. That's going to bring Yukio Shudo to the plate. Oh, the veteran. And now it's going to bring the pitching coach, Ando, out to talk to his right-hander. Unreal. Yeah, and it's definitely a bullpen choke. And our friend M. Schroeder, as we talked about earlier, the over-under at 5.5 to start the ball game. Not saying it's in jeopardy because this game, I called earlier, I said I wouldn't bat an eye that this game goes 12 innings tonight and ends in a tie. But we'll have to wait and see. Here comes Shuto to the plate, 0 for 3 tonight. And the pitch on the way from Ishii, fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is 0-1. So we're all tied up at 2. Just looking ahead to the bottom of the 8th inning, it's going to be Sato, Oyama, and Kidami slated to come to bat for the Tigers. So here comes the 0-1 pitch. It's a breaking ball. It catches the outside corner, and the count goes to 0-2. Our dog with a $10 super chat. We appreciate you for doing that as well. Our friend Our Dog says, hopefully you can cash out 3 times in a row. And I hope you do too. There's the 0-2. Fastball swung on, grounded right back to the pitcher. Ishii's going to run it over to first. Underhand flips it to Oyama. Ground out 1-3 to retire Shuto for the second out. And that is going to bring Tatsuro Yanagamachi to the plate, who is 1 for 3 tonight. Oh boy. Well, if you were thinking about booking plans for Saturday night to go for dinner, well, we might be going for dinner because if the Hawks can pull out a victory here, then this will end the series. But we'll have to see how this one shapes up. The pitch on the way is a breaking ball that misses up and away to Yanagamachi. Friend Wang Ken says a good night for baseball. Blue Jays win, and the Tigers just saw the 2-run lead slip away with one swing of the bat. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. Well, finally, somebody not named Yamakawa has hit a home run in this series. But if you're a Tiger fan, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball swung on and missed, and the count goes to 2-1. And Chris says, yeah, you might, you're going to have game 6 of the World Series, and then you'll follow it right back up. Potentially with game 6 of the Japan Series. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on and missed. 0-2 it is. I don't know how you're going to sleep this weekend, Chris. You're going to have to do it with one eye open. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Yanagamachi. Ishii served up a 2-run shot here to Yanagita to tie the game at 2. Unbelievable. As the right-hander Ishii again works himself to the belt. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Kicks and delivers. Fastball lifted foul into the seats down the third base line, and the count remains at 2-2. All I got to say is that poor Tiger fans, they just seem to get skewered in different ways every year. So we've got 2 balls and 2 strikes to Yanagamachi as he's batting here from the left side. The right-hander Ishii works himself to the belt. Here comes the offering. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on. This ball's belted into deep right field. This ball's trouble. Back on the warning track. Leaping, and it's off the wall. Morishita picks it up. Rounding second and heading to third is Yanagamachi, and he's going to slide in with a triple, his second triple of the series. That ball did not miss going out by much. And in fact, I want to get a look at the replay to see if Morishita was able to leap to keep it in the field of play. The ball was absolutely scorched. We'll get a look at the replay again. He really did a good job. Hit that ball into the pull gap. Morishita all the way back to the fence. He leaped. No, it didn't. It hit off the fence, and it looked like it hit off the face of Morishita on the ricochet. Good for him to stay with it, to be able to get the ball back into the infield quick. My friend M. Schroeder says, what a collapse. Well, it looks like they're taking a page out of the Texas Ranger playbook from the early 2000s when they lost to the Cardinals. They had the game right in their pockets. Now Yanagamachi is the runner at third. It brings Hotaka Yamakawa to the plate. Yamakawa tonight 0 for 3, but he is in scoring position when he steps into the batter's box. He has struck out looking, he's grounded to short, and he has lined out to center field. I don't know about you, but I don't think I'd be wanting to give him anything good to hit. To the point where maybe if you put him on, maybe they pinch run for him to get him out of the game so he doesn't have to come to bat later if it goes extras. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses outside. 1 ball and no strikes to Yamakawa. I think that the pitches should just keep getting further and further away from the plate. So 1 ball and no strikes to Yamakawa. Oh, the Hawks are loose as a goose on the bench now. Here comes the 1-0. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses up and in. Oh, Ishii didn't like the call. I got to tell you, that's a tough call for the home plate umpire. It looked like Sakamoto was wanting to come up throwing. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe that was on me. That pitch sure looked a lot better than what it was, even on the replay. So 2 balls and no strikes. Kind of makes you wonder at what point they might as well just hold the 4 fingers up and put them on. Right to Kurihara. And there they do. They put the 4 fingers up, and Yamakawa is aboard with an intentional walk. I don't know what took him so long. That puts runners at the corners, and it brings Ryoya Kurihara to the plate. 3 for 19 in the Japan series. He's 0 for 3 tonight. Flown to left, grounded to second, and bounded into a fielder's choice. So the crowd is going wild for the Hawks, those who were able to get tickets and make their way from Fukuoka. So Kurihara batting from the left side here as the right-hander ready to go to work. He checks the runner over at first base, which is Yamakawa. I don't think Yamakawa is going anywhere. Here's the pitch. And it is a changeup that swung on and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Kurihara. So no balls and 1 strike. If you've just joined us, it's been a 2-run homer off the bat of Yanagita here in the top of the 8th inning that has tied the ball game at 2. Yanagamachi tripled with 2 outs. Yamakawa walked, and it's runners on the corners. Fastball swung on, and it is taken on a hop by the first baseman, Oyama. What a defensive play that was, diving to his right. He gets up and wins the race to the bag. It's a ground out to 3 to end the inning, and that is going to do it for the Hawks here in their half of the 8th. An absolute fantastic play by the first baseman. Gold Glove quality at its best. 2 runs in the inning on the benefit of 3 hits. There was no errors, and there were 2 runners left aboard. We're moving to the bottom of the 8th inning. Your score is the Hawks 2 and the Tigers 2. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. Our friend Tim Drake says, ghost runners and extra innings? No, sir. Not in this league. We'll be back in just a bit.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's another Hollis build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. They are going to the bullpen as it is going to be Koya Fuji coming on in relief. This is going to be the third time he's been used in 3 nights. I was curious to see how the Hawks were maybe going to manage their bullpen, and I guess they are looking for the victory here. Fuji, I didn't think was as sharp last night as he was in the game on Tuesday. And we'll see how he responds 3 nights running. But they are in the Japan Series, so this is where the game will slow down because Fuji is often in a rain delay. There's a first pitch fastball swung on. This ball is belted into deep left field. This ball could be trouble. And back on the warning track and making the catch up against the wall is Yanagita. And Sato is snake bitten here. He sent that ball for a ride. Great job of staying inside the ball, going the other way. And it is going to be the first out of the inning, a long out indeed. As Fuji, the crowd for the Tigers came to their feet. But that is going to be out number 1 here in the 8th inning. And that is going to bring Yusuke Oyama to the plate. Oyama, who made that fantastic defensive play to end the last half inning. He has walked twice in this game and struck out looking. He is 1 for 16 in the series. He takes a center cut fastball for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Yeah, our dog said doesn't like ghost runners in the playoffs. Yeah, there's no ghost runners, but the thing is they only play 12 innings. And if it's tied at the end of 12, remember, it's the first 1 to 4 wins. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded up the middle, moving to his left and fielding it and making the throw. Oh, what has happened here? They called safe at first base. Oh, and the manager has come right out of the dugout. They want to take a look at this one. Boy, oh boy, it's Oyama running down the line. Nomura had thrown it to first. I got to get a look at this. Unbelievable. A ground ball to the shortstop, fielded by Nomura, moving to his left. The ball was in the dirt. Oh, that's what happened. The ball it got popped up into the air. And as it got popped up into the air, the Yamakawa was able to field it ahead of Oyama. And you know what? I think that the Hawks are going to win this challenge. The ball hit in the ground, popped up into the air, and then Yamakawa was able to reach back and control it before the base runner Oyama hit the base. I think he's going to be out. And I'm so confident I'm going to put that in my score sheet right now on a ground out, 6-3 for out number 2. Our friend Chris says, do you think Yanagita will get called up to the Samurai Japan for the Classic? No, I don't think he's going to make it. Yaku Cosmopolitan's roster breakdown. I don't think he is going to be on the roster. I think he announced, if I remember correctly, at the beginning of the season that either this year's his last year or next year's his last year. He did say he wanted to play in the Classic. And the umpires have come back out and the out call is made. That is the correct call. The decision has been overturned. Oyama is out for out number 2. It's going to bring Seiya Kanami to the plate. Yeah, I know that he had expressed that he wanted an opportunity to play, but I think that if Samurai Japan is serious about winning the next one, as they always are, I think Yanagita's days are done. Well, this brings Kanami to the plate. He's 0 for 3 tonight, 0 for 4 in the series. And the first pitch is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. 2 gone here for the Tigers in the bottom of the 8th inning. Looking ahead to the top of the 9th for the Hawks, it'll be Nomura and then Kawase and Minai to come to bat. So not exactly the potent part of the batting order. Fastball taken at the knees for a called strike, and it counts 1-1 to Kanami. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is. Our dog says, what happens if it is tied after 12 innings? The game is over. As I said, it's a race to 4 wins. So you could end up playing an 8th game in the series. There's a fastball taken again at the knees for a called strike, and the count is 1-2. So in theory, if this game ended in a tie tonight, the series would be 3-1-1. If the Tigers ended up winning the next 2 in Fukuoka, the series would be all knotted up at 3. And they'd have to play an 8th game, which would take place, I believe, on the Tuesday in Fukuoka afterwards. In the event there was a couple of ties, that could really make it interesting. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Fastball swung on and fouled away. And the count remains a 1-2. And if I remember correctly, if in the event it is tied at 3-3, and let's say there has been a tie, then the 12-inning extra inning rule is done. They could go 15, 18, 20 innings in that final game. And our dog said that would be nuts. You got that right. Here comes the 1-2 pitch to Kanami. As the right-hander, Fuji holds to the set. Here's the pitch. And that is a fastball that just misses inside. He came under the hands. Just couldn't get enough backdoor run on it. And the count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. But whatever happens, we will be back on the call if there is a game 6 in the series. And as we said, for selfish reasons, I'd love to see it. So 2 balls and 2 strikes it is as Fuji works himself to the set. And now he kicks and delivers. There's a split finger pitch swung on and missed. And Fuji, who had to work 3 nights in a row, didn't miss a beat. He is able to retire the Tigers in order here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left aboard. Your score as we move to the top of the 9th inning. It is the Hawks 2 and the Tigers 2. Stick around, everybody. We've got pitching change coming up here in just a couple moments, and we'll have that for you when we return right after this timeout.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top of the ninth inning, and the Tigers have gone to their bullpen. It'll be the second appearance of the Japan Series. It'll be Suguro Iwazaki, the lefty, coming in. The veteran has just completed his tune-up tosses and will be ready to get this one back underway. It is going to be coming to bat for the Hawks. It'll be Nomura, Kawase, and Minai, the 6, 7, and 8 hitters. So we'll see what they have up their sleeve here in this one. For Nomura tonight, he is officially 1 for 2. He's 2 for 10 in the series. He's also drawn a walk tonight, so he's been on base twice. As the lefty Iwazaki delivers, the first pitch as a fastball swung on it is lifted into deep center field. Moving back and making an over-the-shoulder catch is Chikamoto. Oh, Nomura, he sent it a long way. He just sent it right to the glove of the center fielder Chikamoto, and he is gone for out number 1. So 1 up and 1 away. And that is going to bring up Hikaru Kawase to the plate, as he is batting in the spot once occupied by Makihara and then eventually Kensuke Kondo. So Kawase, he steps in batting from the left side. 1 for 7 in the Japan Series, and the pitch on the way is a slow breaking ball down, and it's quickly 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. The left-hander working himself into the delivery, kicks and fires. There's a fastball that misses inside, and the count goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. Again, Iwazaki delivers. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count goes to 2-1. He doesn't waste much time. I remember a couple of years ago when the Tigers had the likes of Shintaro Fujinami, and they were really working slow. There's a ground ball hit over to second, fielded by Nakano. He throws to first, almost takes Oyama off of the base. But that is going to retire Kondo on a ground out 4-3 for the second out of the inning, and it'll bring up the catcher in Hiroki Minai. Well, for Minai tonight, he has been really, really interesting here. He came on to replace Umeno as a pinch hitter in the 6th inning, making his first appearance in the Japan Series, and he is 2 for 2 tonight, both singles. He also was on base when Yanagita hit the home run in inning number 8. And he takes a first pitch fastball for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Sugiyama is up and throwing in the bullpen, and we'll have to wait and see if he will come in, or maybe they leave Fuji in for another inning, because the pitcher's spot is next in the batting order. There's a fastball swung on, and Minai fouls it off his shin, and the count is now 0-2. He's going to need a moment here. So no balls and 2 strikes to the catcher of the Hawks. Our friend Tim says he's sweating the Tigers 2.5 runs. I take it you have the over, I would think. It's amazing how the bookies, more often than not, just seem to get it right, other than maybe that game 2. Scoring has been at a premium in this series. As the pitch is on the way, it's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count goes to 1-2 on Minai. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again, the lefty Iwazaki getting his signs from his catcher Sakamoto. And the pitch on the way is a fastball swung on and it's dribbled foul over on the first base side. Count remains at 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Looking ahead to the bottom half of inning number 9, the Tigers will send the bottom third of the batting order up to the plate, which tonight has done quite well. So we'll see how it shapes up for them going to the bottom of number 9. Fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats over on the first base side, and the count is 1-2 to Manai. Iwazaki would be slated to bat third in the innings, so he's more than likely a one-and-done appearance for him. Here's the 1-2. Fastball swung on and another one fouled away. Boy, Manai has had some good at-bats here tonight in his trips to the plate. 2 singles, and now this one here is turning into a battle. He's going to see the 7th pitch of the at-bat here. Don't know who the Tigers are going to throw next. They got nobody up in their pen right now. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. There's a slow breaking ball. Oh, it's a hit batter here. Oh, that's interesting. It bounced up to the plate. It was probably about, I don't know, maybe about 45 feet. Manai, smart piece of hitting by him. He just rolled into the pitch, got hit by the pitch, and he's been awarded first base. We're going to see if they're going to get a runner for him. I hope they don't. Nope, but we are going to have, it looks like, a pinch hitter here. And this is going to be Kenta Imamiya. Interesting that they're bringing Imamiya in now in this situation. So Manai hit by the pitch, and Imamiya coming to bat here that was in a spot once occupied by Jeter Downs. And the first pitch to Imamiya is a fastball swung on and lifted into straightaway center field. Underneath it, Chikamoto, he's there to make the catch, and that is going to do it. And that is going to be the final out of the inning. Well, no runs in the inning, no hits, no errors. There was a runner left aboard. Your score as we move to the bottom of the 9th inning. It is the Hawks 2 and the Tigers 2. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments with all the action. Appreciate you for listening on the Last Rounds Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be The 7, 8, and 9 hitters to come to bat. It is the Hawks have gone to their bullpen. It is going to be their closer who is coming into the ball game. This is Kazuki Sugiyama. He will be the 5th pitcher used tonight. So Sugiyama coming in. And he will be replacing Koya Fuji, who had a pretty solid outing here in this one tonight. Well, who's coming to bat? Well, it is going to be Takatera Sakamoto, and then the pitcher's spot in the batting order. So we'll have to wait to see exactly what they've got up their sleeves. But the bottom part of the order tonight for the Tigers has done quite well. The Takatera to speak of, he is 2 for 2, and he has also drawn a walk. He's 3 for 9 now in the series. The bottom third of the order has accounted for 4 of the Tigers' hits tonight. So we'll see how this works out. Here's the first pitch. It is a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0 to Takatera. Takatera may stop the revolving door in left field if he continues his hot play. There was a fastball swung on and grounded foul over on the first base side. The count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Takatera, followed by Sakamoto. We'll see if he can find a way on. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to the right side. Fielded by Kawase, who throws to first. And that is going to retire Takatera on a ground out 4-3. So 1 up and 1 away here in the 9th inning. And that is going to bring up the catcher in Seishiro Sakamoto. So Sakamoto coming to the plate. He is 1 for 3 tonight. He's got a single and he's driven in a run. Batting from the right side here against the reliever Sugiyama. So as the right-hander rocks into the motion and delivers, the first pitch is a fastball swung on. It is grounded. Oh, what a great play. Diving to his left, getting up and throwing to first, and that's going to retire Sakamoto on a ground out 6-3. Nomura absolutely flashing the leather. Oh, fantastic play. So gone is Sakamoto for the 2nd out of the inning. If you are on Instagram tonight, look for that as a web gem. Fantastic play by the Hawks shortstop. That is going to bring up the pitcher's slot in the batting order. So we'll have to see what the Tigers have up their sleeve here in the bottom half of inning number 9. So 2 gone in the inning, and that is going to bring up, looks like it is number 53, if I've got that correct. And I don't see exactly who that is off the top of the heap here, so we'll have to get that for you in a moment. There's a fastball swung on it, is lifted up into shallow center field. Moving back on it is Nomura. It's the inning of Nomura. He's going to make the catch. That is going to do it. That is going to be out number 3. We'll try to get you that pinch hitter in just a couple moments, but we've got extra innings on our hands. Your score is tied at 2. We're moving to the top of the 10th, and much like after the 5th inning, they do have a little bit of a break, just not as extended as the others. We'll be back in just a couple of moments with all the action. Score 2-2 as we move to top of 10. We'll be right back after this timeout.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP Cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OPC baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to be cruising to the top of the 10th inning. We have 41,606 at the Cochin Stadium tonight. 2 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Tigers. 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Hawks. As Fukuoka will come to bat here for the top of the 10th inning. And one would have to expect that, as I said, this is where the bullpens are going to play it out here tonight. And it can be interesting to see who the two teams will rely on to try to close this one out. So we have the top of the order slated to come to bat for the Hawks. And they do have, it looks like Murakami is up and throwing in the Tigers bullpen. I can't believe that. But that is who they look like they may be turning to. I guess maybe I was estimating that he was probably going to be the Saturday starter. Well, there may not be Saturday if there's nothing. So I'm curious to know if today would be a bullpen day for him. They'd have the day off tomorrow, and then they'd go on Saturday. So maybe he gets a chance to come in and pitch an inning at some point. We'll just have to wait and see how that shapes up. This might be the inning that he's going to get as well. It'll be Yanagita, Shudo, and Yanagamachi, so the top 3 hitters in the batting order that would be coming to bat here for the Hawks here in this one. And our dog says, yeah, there's no tomorrow. So it really doesn't matter what happens here. I would think that Psyche, maybe he goes on Sunday, possibly, if there is a Sunday. So you might as well let him rip right now. Yeah, all hands on deck. We know the drill. And there is the pitching change that's coming in as the bullpen cart is being rolled in. And the crowd here probably doing his best Yoshinobu Yamamoto impersonation, saying, hey, put me in. I want to come in and I want to pitch. So it is going to be the right-hander Shoki Murakami coming in to pitch in relief here. Oh, you got to love the Japanese league. Probably Yamamoto could probably start on Friday night for the Dodgers and put his hand up to come back on Saturday. Gotta love that stuff. Well, Murakami coming in. He is going to have his warm-up tosses. We'll be back in just a couple of moments with all the action. It is 2-2 as we move to the top of the 10th. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. And you know the deal. It is the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. Murakami has just completed his tune-up tosses, and we are ready to resume the action here as it'll be Yanagita, Shudo, and Yanagamachi to come to the plate. For Yuki Yanagita, he is 2 for 4 tonight in this one. He's got a single. He's got the 2-run homer that was hit down the left field line, wrapping around the foul pole, and he has grounded out a couple of times. So he is 10 for 20 in the Japan series. Batting from the left side here against the right-handed throwing Murakami, who kicks and delivers a first pitch fastball at the knees for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Our friend Ryan Taylor says, can the 10th inning be the deciding inning in this game? Possibly. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball that backs Yanagita off the plate, and the count goes to 1-1. No tomorrow for the Tigers. The tomorrow is today. As the right-hander holds to the set, now he kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on and chopped over down the first base line right to the glove of Oyama. He's going to step on the bag, and that'll do it for Yanagita. Ground out to 3 for the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up the center fielder in Yukio Shudo. Going to look at that one there. He pounded that one into the ground. I thought maybe, did he foul it off his foot? No, he didn't. That was pretty darn close. So 1 gone here. Shudo comes to the plate. He is 0 for 4 tonight, as the pitch from Murakami is a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Shudo 8 for 21 in the Japan series, batting from the left side here against the right-handed throwing Murakami, who kicks and delivers a fastball that misses down and away, and the count goes even at 1-1. The last tie game in a Japan series was a couple of years ago when it was the Swallows and the Buffaloes. And it had a game end in a tie. There's a fastball swung on, grounded softly to second, bobbled by Nakano, and that's going to be an error. And that is going to be E4. We haven't seen an error tonight, but there one shows up now as Nakano juggled the ball, unable to make the play, and that is not the base runner that you want on at first base. Yukio Shudo can flat out fly. And that is going to bring Tetsuro Yanagamachi to the plate, who is 2 for 4 tonight. Yanagamachi's got a single and a triple to his name. He's also flown out to center and struck out looking in his other at-bats. He is 4 for 17 in the series, and he's starting to heat up. So batting from the left side against the right-hander Murakami, who kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball that misses up and away, and the count is quickly 1-0. So runner on first, 1 gone here in the inning. Yanagamachi at the plate. The right-hander works himself to the belt, and now he steps off and feigns a throw to first, and getting back easily is Shudo. So Murakami getting his signs from his catcher Sakamoto. He checks the runner over at first, works himself to the belt, now delivers. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count goes to 1-1 on Yanagamachi. Series on the line right now here for the Tigers. They had a 2-0 lead, and that was erased in the 8th off the 2-run shot by Yuki Yanagita. Shudo establishes his lead at first. Here comes the 1-1, but instead snap throw over to first and diving back in time as the base runner. 1 ball and 1 strike it remains to Yanagamachi. Pitcher works himself to the belt. Keeping an eye on the runner. There goes Shudo, and it's a ground ball hit to second. They're going to go to second for 1, back to first. It's not going to be in time. I think the Tigers would take that trade-off all day long. It's going to be a fielder's choice, 4-6, as that erases Shudo for the second out of the inning. Yanagamachi safe on the trail side, but they're still not out of the woods, as it's going to bring Hotaka Yamakawa to the plate. And for Yamakawa tonight, he is officially 0 for 3, but he does have an intentional walk. So that takes some speed off of the base paths. Yanagamachi can still run. There's no doubt about it. Can't take your eyes off him. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded through the 6-hole into left field. And stopping at second is Yanagamachi, as Yamakawa's got himself a single. Let's see if the Hawks will use a runner here, or if they're going to keep the big man in the ball game. I would keep him in. Ryan says, I wish you could go to a game with a Japanese TV company. Yeah, you know what? I mean, I understand a few years ago that the Eagles had English commentary. I never heard it myself. I know that there were some people that said that it wasn't necessarily the top-notch performance, but I don't know much about it. I remember there's some folks in our stream, but I definitely enjoy calling the games. It's been a lot of fun, but this sure doesn't pay the bills. So here comes the offering as the pitch is on the way. It's a fastball swung on and fouled right into the midsection of the catcher. For all the fellas that are listening here, you know what I'm talking about. The family crown jewels have been disturbed. So no balls and 1 strike to Kurihara. The right-hander Murakami on in relief. And here comes the 0-1 pitch as Kurihara takes a fastball that just misses up and away, and the count goes even to 1-1. I always wonder when starters come into the ball games late. Usually when starters pitch, like I think of Kohei Arihara in particular, once he can survive a first inning, he can become really, really tough as the start goes on. So 1 ball and 1 strike as the pitch on the way is a fastball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Kurihara. And so when the starters come in as relievers, and if they only come in for an inning or so at a time, they don't usually get to settle down and get into a groove. But if Murakami is in, maybe they're going to ride him out for a couple innings. Tigers have the top of the order coming up in the next inning. There's a breaking ball that misses outside. Count is 3-1. Looking ahead, it'll be Chikamoto, Nakano, and Morishita to come to bat for the Tigers. So 3 balls and 1 strike to Kurihara. Waiting on deck is Isami Nomura. Murakami trying to get himself out of this jam. Runners at first and second, 2 gone here in the top half of inning number 10. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on, popped up into shallow left field. Coming in, fighting the wind is the left fielder Takatera, and he's there to make the catch, and that is going to do it here as the Hawks are gone in their half of the 10th inning. There was no runs in the inning. There was a hit. There was an error, and there were 2 runners left aboard. Your score as we move to the bottom half of inning number 10. It is the Hawks 2 and the Tigers 2. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple of moments on the Last Wraps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll see if the Tigers can bring it home and survive to play another day. We'll be right back after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. Sugiyama is back out on the hill here for his second inning of work. It'll be the top of the order, Koji Chikamoto, Takuma Nakano, and Shota Morishita to come to bat to face him here. For Chikamoto tonight, he is 1 for 4. He has scored one of the 2 runs by the Tigers, and he takes a fastball upstairs at 93 for ball 1. Count is 1-0. The question is a tie would be a push? There's a fastball taken for a call strike. More than likely, yes, although some houses, it may only give you the lines through the first 9 innings. As the 1-1 pitch is on the way, there's a breaking ball that is lifted into left field, slicing toward the line. Coming hard is the left fielder, Yanagita, but it's going to just slice into foul territory. And that is going to be a long strike off the bat of Chikamoto for a ball and 2 strikes. Our friend Chris asked earlier if we thought that Yanagita would be a candidate for the World Baseball Classic team. He put his hand up. He wants to be a part of it. But I think that right there shows how he has lost a step. I watched that play and looked at Yanagita. It looked like he was running in mud. There's a split finger pitch down in the dirt. Counts now 2-2 to Chikamoto. You know, when you sometimes see people play and you're like, they're just a shell of their former selves. Well, that's how I would describe Yanagita right there. As much as I like Yanagita, he was the regular right fielder, a staple in right field. Now they've shifted him over to left field. But he looks like he has lost a few steps. There's a fastball swung on. This ball's belted to right field, but not deep enough. It's going to go right to the glove of Yanagamachi. Chikamoto is going to be gone for the first out of the inning. He hit the ball right on the screws, sending Yanagamachi back. He was about maybe 5 to 10 feet in front of the warning track to haul that one in, and that's going to bring up the second baseman in Takuma Nakano. Well, for Nakano, he's officially 1 for 4 tonight. He's got a single and 4 trips as Sugiyama rocks into the windup and delivers a fastball that misses down for a ball, and the count is 1-0. Nakano in the series is 4 for 19. It was his error in the last inning that almost set up the situation where they might not have come away with a victory. There is a pitch that's taken for a called strike, and the count goes even at 1-1. Right-hander kicks and delivers. There's a fastball missing down and away, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Nakano. So 2 balls and 1 strike. We are at the bottom of the 10th inning, all locked up at 2s. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is popped up down the left field line. There's Yanagita coming in again, and this time he's going to make the catch. As I said, he is the shell of his former self, as that is going to retire Nakano for the second out. He just doesn't move like he used to. Father Time catches up with everybody eventually, and that is what it looks like it is catching up to Yanagita. He can still swing the bat. He can still throw the ball, but his legs are letting him know it's getting to be a twilight of his career. Well, let's bring Shota Morishita to the plate. Morishita is 0 for 4 tonight, 4 for 19 in the series. And the pitch coming from Sugiyama is a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Only 16 pitches so far for the right-hander. Since coming on in relief, he's probably got himself another inning in him. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count goes to 2-0. Especially with tomorrow night being a day off, the opportunity for both of these teams to rest their arms, to bring them back on Saturday. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses outside. The count goes to 3-0 on Morishita. Drew asked the question, how many innings until the tie? They got to play 12. So 3 balls and no strikes as the pitch is on the way. There's a fastball swung on. He got the green light 3-0, and he pops it up into shallow right field. Back underneath it is Kawase. He's there to make the catch, and Morishita is going to be gone. Swinging 3-0. I get it. He's one of your better hitters. Unfortunately, he's not done a whole lot in this series for me to give him the green light 3-0. And that is going to do it here for the Tigers in their half of the 10th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We are now moving to the top of the 11th inning. Your score is the Hawks 2 and the Tigers 2. Nomura, Kawase, and Manai slated to come to bat. We'll be back in just a couple moments right after this with all the action on the Last Rounds Baseball YouTube channel. Stay with us, everybody. We'll keep you entertained as best as we can and what we know best.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Nomura and then Kawase, and then it'll be Manai to come to bat here to face the right-hander Murakami, who is on for his second inning of work. 15 pitches for the right-hander in his first inning as the kicks and delivers. The first pitch is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Friend Ardog said facts. No, he was actually coming into the ball game, and that would have been Morishita in the last half inning. He was 4 for 19 going into that at bat, so now he's 4 for 20. As a breaking ball misses down to Nomura, the count is now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. Murakami holds to the set, now delivers. There's a fastball taken at the knees for a called strike. The count is 2-1. So yeah, basically, and his at-bats in this game, I think, the way that Sato's been swinging the bat, I would let him loose at 3-0. But certainly Oyama and Morishita's bats have been in the freezer. There's a fastball taken for a called strike at the knees, and the count is now 2-2 to Nomura. Schroeder wants to know if anybody knew what the series odds were before the series started. It's a good question. Here's the 2-2 pitch. On the way, fastball swung on. This ball's belted into deep right field. This ball could be trouble. Back on the warning track is Morishita, and this ball is going to sail into the seats. Nomura has just given the Hawks a 3-2 lead here in the top of inning number 11. His third home run of the postseason, his first of the Japan series. As he goes the other way, a solo shot to lead off the 11th. Oh my goodness, breaking the Tigers fans' hearts. I guess we're going to have to wait and see here. And that is going to bring up the second baseman Hikaru Kawase to the plate. Schroeder says, what a comeback. Well, the game's not over yet. When they say in the opera, it's never over until the fat lady sings, but she's limbering up right now. And the pitch is a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Kawase. So Nomura, I was questioning Nomura's existence as the starting shortstop in the series, but you got to tip your hat to the Hawks manager. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count goes even to 1-1. So I guess the bigger question is going to be are you going to allow Sugiyama to try to close it out on a third inning of work. There's a fastball swung on. Tap foul over on the first base line, and the count now 1-2 on Kawase. He is in the hole here to hit, so that becomes the big decision. Are you going to let him bat? Or are you going to pinch hit for him and then put your trust into somebody else to try to close the game out? I think I let him bat, and I think I try to close the game out with him. Here's the 1-2. Fastball misses outside, and the count goes to 2-2. So keep that in the back of your mind and what happens here in the next little bit. This is, again, why I love the pitchers hitting. So here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on, and it is lifted foul into the seats over on the third base side. Our dog says they got a three-headed closer. Well, not really, because Roberto Osuna is gone. He's not on the playoff roster, so that's not going to be the case. I would say Yuki Matsumoto would be the one who they would bring out of the pen, possibly close it out. He hasn't seen action tonight. There's a fastball swung on. It's lined into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. And Kawase is aboard with a single. And so the hit parade continues off of Murakami here, and that is going to bring up the catcher in Hiroki Manai. And let's see if Manai is going to be asked to drop a sacrifice bunt down. And that's going to bring Ando out of the dugout. He has had a path to the mound here tonight. So Murakami gets the pep talk from Ando as that conference has been broken up and is now over. And we're going to be back to the action here in just a moment. Oh, the Hawks are feeling good about themselves. They're loose as a goose right now. That's never a good sign for the Tigers. These guys here are they're smiling. They look like they are ready to go on a vacation to Okinawa. Well, Manai's up at the plate, and he's already squaring the bunt. And Murakami does the step off and fake the throw over to first base. Brian Decker says the Tiger bats have been going quiet the whole series. Well, they were a little bit awake earlier on. Here's the pitch. It is bunted. It's popped up in the air behind home plate. Sakamoto giving chase. Oh, what a play by Sakamoto, as he's going to be able to make the catch. And that is going to retire Manai. He's going to be gone for the first out of the inning. And this becomes what we're going to look at here. Is it going to be a pinch hitter for Sugiyama? Or is he going to come in and get a chance to hit if they trust him to close it out? Well, all the answers are going to be answered here. This is number 57 stepping to the plate. This is Riko Ugata, who is coming to bat here. So there you have your answer. Ogata coming to bat. So that means Sugiyama's night will be done. And they feign a throw over to first base. So Riko Ogata on to pinch hit. And it is the right-hander Matsumoto up and throwing. And Ogata squares the bunt, and he drops it down the third baseline, but it's going to roll foul. And the count is quickly 0-1 to him. I got to be honest with you, my scorecard is looking like a coloring book now. It has got so many scratch outs. I'd have to redo this to make it look like it was perfect. But if you just joined us, it's an Asami Nomura home run to lead off the 11th inning to give the Hawks a 3-2 lead. And then Hikaru Kawase singled. And Hiroki Manai popped out for the first out of the inning. Here's the pitch. Again, they squared a bunt. But that pitch misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 1-1 on Riku Ogata. Waiting on deck is Yuki Yanagita. Hard Hog says, Roberto Osuna who? Well, I'm sure that they would love to have Roberto Osuna, or at least a healthy one. So 1 ball and 1 strike as the right-hander Murakami snaps a throw over to first base, and again diving back in time is the runner Kawase. And the hero, couple of heroes in this game, of course, Nomura with the tie-breaking homer, but Yanagita with the tying one. There's another one that's popped up, and Murakami comes off the mound, and he is able to get it. Retreating back to first is Kawase. So 2 pretty ugly bunts here by the Hawks, as Rico Ogata pops it up to the pitcher Murakami. So 2 gone here, and it'll bring up the top of the order in Yuki Yanagita. And for Yanagita, well, he is 2 for 5 tonight. The big blow, the 2-run homer in the 8th inning to tie the ball game. He's got a single, and he's grounded out 3 times. So he is 10 for 21 in the Japan series. As the pitch on the way is a breaking ball that misses way outside. The count is quickly 1-0 to Yanagita. 2 gone, runner at first. As the right-hander kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into right center field. Coming in on it is Chikamoto. He's there to make the catch, and that is going to do it as Yanagita is gone for the 3rd out of the inning. Well, what do we have on our hands here? We're going to the bottom half of inning number 11. Set to come to bat will be the heart of the order for the Tigers. It'll be Sato, Oyama, and Kanami when we return in just a few. And they are going to the bullpen, are the Hawks. Stick around, everybody. It is the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. And we will have the finish coming up for you in just a few.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Yuki Matsumoto who is coming on in relief as he's going to try to close this one out as the Fukuoka Softbank Hawks have a 3-2 lead courtesy of a solo shot to start the 11th inning off the bat of Isami Nomura. He was able to go the other way and take Murakami deep. So it is Sato, Oyama, and Kanami to come to bat here for the Tigers in their half of the 10th inning. One thing that is staggering in this series, the Tigers do not have any home runs. And I want to say that, but maybe we're going to speak that into existence because that has been something that has been silent in the series. Well, Sato comes to the plate. He is 2 for 4. And if you remember when he was caught stealing back in the second inning, and we were saying, is that going to be the big moment? They ended up cashing a run in as Oyama had come in to score. He is 7 for 19 in the series. And the first pitch from Matsumoto on the way is a fastball taken at the knees for a called strike. And the count is 0-1 to Sato. And of course, that might have been the play that was looming back at the time. And maybe that one-run difference. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball that misses upstairs at 93, and the count goes even at 1 ball and 1 strike. We are approaching the 4-hour mark in this game. Glad you guys could make it here and hang in here with us. It is now 6 o'clock on the Pacific Coast, 9 a.m. if you're on the East Coast. And the pitch is a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count goes to 2-1. Good news is this won't go 18 innings like the Blue Jays and the Dodgers because it will stop after 12. But based on Japan time, if I'm not mistaken, it'll be 10 o'clock or 2200 hours. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Fastball misses up and in, and the count goes to 3-1. So interesting situation here. You know, you're going to have, if Sato gets on base, and then you've got Oyama, who's coming up next. I don't think you're going to ask Oyama to bunt. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. On its way. Fastball swung on and missed. Oh, boy. He looked like he wanted to deposit that one into the seats. That was at 96 on the gun. Matsumoto had reared back and put a little something extra on that one. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Sato. They need a base runner. Do the Tigers. Matsumoto holds to the set. Here comes the 3-2 offering. Kicks and fires. Fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 3 balls and 2 strikes. This is the kind of baseball that we were hoping for. Nice, tightly contested battle. Everything has been close with the exception of the second game of the series, that big blowout that the Hawks laid on the Tigers. And I've been squawking about it for a number of innings, and over the last couple of games, it's really noticeable that probably the biggest difference in this series is 1 extra bat in the Tiger lineup. So here comes the 3-2 again to Sato as the right-hander Matsumoto delivers. Fastball swung on and another one lifted foul into the seats, and the count remains at 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Sato had a big hack at that one. He looks like he's timing him up. So here comes the 3-2 offering again as the right-hander works to the set. Pitch on the way, and it's a fastball in the dirt. It's going to be ball 4, and that's exactly what the Tigers need. They got the leadoff batter on here with a walk. And, oh, there's a move for you. Well, Sato is going to get pinch run for here, as it's going to be Ueda coming in to run for him. So I didn't see that coming, but you definitely got to figure out something here. The runner is Kai Ueda on to run for Sato. So game, they're not out of the woods yet here. Our friend God is Great says he's still listening, and we're glad to have you with us. So Ueda, the runner at first, and it is Yusuke Oyama at the plate. He is 0 for 2 tonight. He has drawn 2 walks, and he has scored a run. And in this series, he is 1 for 17. And the first pitch he swings at, fastball lifted into shallow center field. Coming in on it is Shudo, and he's there to make the catch. And the tough series for Oyama continues as he hits a weak fly ball to center field for the first out of the inning. You can just see that he's pressing and trying to do too much. He has gone for the first out, and now that's going to bring up the shortstop in Seiya Kanami. I was speculating. I said, you probably don't want to bunt Oyama. I mean, he's in a situation. He's in your 5 spot for a reason. But you would like to think maybe he could have got a little deeper into the count or possibly even put a better swing on a better pitch. So here comes the first offering to Kanami as the right-hander delivers. Fastball center cut for a called strike. It pours it in at 93 on the gun. Kanami here, and then on deck is Nozomu Tukatera. 0 for 5 in the series is Kanami. He got the start tonight. He is 0 for 4 tonight. Obata had been the shortstop for most of the series in this one, and they throw over to first base, and diving back is Ueda. Got to keep your eye on Ueda here. I would think that they may put him in motion. I mean, take a chance. Why not? Got to get into scoring position here. Question is do you pick? Is this the pitch that you think you can run on? It's 0-1. Does he go off speed? Here's the 0-1. Fastball swung on, and it's going to be lifted foul down the left field line into the seats. And the count is now 0-2 to Kanami. God is great said, you're sounding tired. Yeah. Sounds like we're going to have to get ourselves another drink of tea or maybe a pot of coffee to keep us awake any further. So no balls and 2 strikes to Kanami. The runner at first is the pinch runner Ueda, who came in for Sato. And here comes the 0-2 offering. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and fouled away. Good piece of hitting there by Kanami to stay alive. Still keeps the count at 0-2. M. Schroeder asked, why no bunt? I wouldn't have bunted Oyama. I mean, Oyama's, your 5-hole hitter who is got to be a run producer, but certainly he's got to have a better swing on a pitch than the one he took, hitting that shallow fly ball to center field. So no balls and 2 strikes to the left-handed hitting shortstop of the Tigers as Matsumoto holds to the set. And the pitch on the way, fastball misses just outside, and the count goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. As we mentioned before, if there is a tomorrow, if there is a Saturday, we'll be back on it with you. But we got to get through this one first. And it's not looking too good for the Tigers. As now he steps off the back side of the base, and the catcher jumps up to the front to dust off the plate. So Kanami gets back in the batter's box. The runner, Ueda, over at first base. We'll keep an eye here. 1 ball and 2 strikes. As the right-hander delivers, pitch on the way. Fastball swung on, grounded softly over to short. They go to second for 1, back to first, and it's not going to be in time as Kanami is able to beat it out. It is going to be a fielder's choice. It erases Ueda. It's going to be in the books 6-4 for the second out of the inning. And we're going to have a pinch runner for Kanami over at first base. We'll have to see who they are bringing in to run for him. And it is going to be the left fielder, Nozomu Tukatera, coming to the plate. And just to put it in perspective for you, Takatera in his career has 2 home runs, and that was what he had hit this year. I didn't get the number on the pinch runner over at first. We'll see if we can pick that up. But Matsumoto gets the baseball, rubs it up, ready to go. They are down to their final out are the Tigers. As the right-hander works himself to the set position. Here comes the first pitch, but they fire over to first. Diving back in time as the pinch runner. We got the number. It is number 4. It is Takahiro Kumagai. On to run. So Kumagai, the runner, there's a fastball swung on. It is lifted foul into the seats. And the count is quickly 0-1 to Takatera. So no balls and a strike. Hawks leading 3-2 here. 2 gone in the bottom half of the 11th. As the right-hander works himself to the set position. Here comes the 0-1. Breaking ball. Ooh, just misses outside. I'm not sure where that pitch was. That looked pretty good. Brings a wry grin to the face of Yuki Matsumoto. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is. The third baseman, Kurihara, is hugging the line at third. Yamakawa holding the runner at first. Middle infield is deep and playing up the middle. There's a fastball swung on and another one sliced away into the seats over on third base side. The count is 1-2. So now the Tigers are down to their final strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. Can they keep it alive? Can they keep their season going? Namura, the hero, as of right now, with that tie-breaking home run in the top of the inning. 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, it's a fastball swung on. It is popped up over on the third base side, but that ball is going to reach into the seats yet again, and it's going to be 1-2 still to Takatera. Hawks fans have got their phones out as they are trying to record the moment, if it is indeed going to happen. Are the Hawks going to be the champions of Japan again? This dynasty, you'd have to think, has got to be at the tail end of it. A lot of the core players are getting on in age, especially the offensive side. Here's the 1-2. Fastball swung on, grounded down the first base line, but just foul. Yamakawa was holding the runner at first base, came up with it, but it was in foul territory, and this battle is going to continue. Takatera now going to be facing the 6th pitch of the at-bat. So the battle will continue here. 1 ball and 2 strikes. I guess if we were playing tennis, this would be triple match point right here. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on and again fouled away, and this battle continues. So Takatera, got to give him a lot of credit. He's hanging in there. Our friend M. Schroeder said it's been a great game tonight. Yeah, if the season ends tonight, this has got to be one of the best games of the series. I mean, the other 2-1 games were pretty good too, but this one here has had all kinds of drama as we're in the 11th inning, over 4 hours. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. On its way, fastball swung on. This ball is hit down the left field line. This ball could be trouble, and it is going to slice just foul. Oh, he's starting to inch his way down the foul line, is Takatera. That was headed in the same direction of where Yanagita had hit his 2-run homer. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. It remains. And the 8th pitch of the at-bat ready to be served up here in just a moment. This will be the 22nd pitch of the inning for Matsumoto. As Matsumoto gets this sign, he checks the runner at first. At this point, you almost can't worry about that guy. You got to go right after the hitter. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, grounded over to the right side, fielded by the second baseman, Kawase. He throws to first, and just like that, the Fukuoka Softbank Hawks are your 2025 Nippon Series champions, as they have knocked off the Hanshin Tigers in 5 games, 4 games to 1. And that is going to do it here for the season. The Hawks are the winners. The Tigers had their opportunities tonight. And we'll come back and wrap it up for you here in just a couple of moments. Our friend Tim in the house says, what a game it is. And you got that right. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. We'll wrap this baby up for you. Your man of the match tonight is arguably Yuki Yanagita, but it also could be Nomura with that tie-breaking home run. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. The storylines in this one are endless, as the final score tonight is 3-2 for the Hawks, as they win it in extra innings as a final in the 11th. Let's begin by the roundup here tonight. The Tigers got the scoring going early, way back in the second inning. It was a leadoff single in the second by Teruki Sato, and then he was caught stealing, gunned down 2-4 for the first out of the inning. Yusuke Oyama walked, and after Seiya Kanami flew out to left field, Nozomu Takatera walked, and then up stepped Seishiro Sakamoto, and he drove home Oyama with the first run of the game. I alluded to it in the last inning, but that was a turning point, because had Sato not been thrown out, they might have cashed a pair of runs in there, could have the Tigers. We may never have seen extra innings, but that was a first interesting point in the game that was, I would say a turning point, but certainly was a marker for things to come. The Tigers added to their 1-0 lead in the fifth inning, a leadoff single from the pitcher Kotaro Otake. He was erased. Then it was another single by Koji Chikamoto. Otake was erased on a fielder's choice as Nakano had bounced it to the third baseman. After Shota Morishita had flown out to center, a pitching change ensued, as it was the end of the night for the starter Arihara, and up in came in Darwinzon Hernandez, and he served up an RBI single to Teruaki Sato, who drove home Chikamoto with the second run of the game, 2-0 Tigers. Well, that's the way it stood until the eighth inning, and in the eighth inning, it was a leadoff single off the bat of the catcher Hiroki Minai after a strikeout in the pitcher's spot, and that would have been Tomoya Masaki. Up stepped Yuki Yanagita, and he deposited a 2-run homer that wrapped around the left field foul pole for a 2-0 lead. And so it was 2-0 at that point, and that's where it stood until we got to the 11th inning. We got to the 11th inning, and it was Isami Nomura leading it off with a solo shot to right field, as he was the third run of the game, and that came off of the reliever / starter, but reliever in this case, Shoki Murakami, and that gave the Hawks a 3-2 lead, and that is where it ended. Well, I want to thank everybody who listened tonight. I won't be able to go through everybody to thank them, but our friend Chris, who was in here listening to us from the UK, our friend God is Great, of course, was a regular. Tim was a regular this year as well. All the other folks who came in, Tori, appreciate you. Our friend R-Dog for the super chat, M. Schroeder as well. All of you guys that were in here listening tonight, thanks for making our streams what they were, and that's been a lot of fun this year. So we look forward to calling more games again next year. We are going to try to maybe do the Japan-Korea 2-game mini-series, which will come up in a couple of weeks' time. Check the channel if we are able to do that. We'll be doing the lives for the World Baseball Classic, and the Japan Baseball Report will be coming back out again, as we'll be doing some off-season stuff. We'll do one for this weekend for the wrap-up of the Japan Series. All right, everybody, we hope you all have a great night. We appreciate it. Glad you found the channel as well, too, M. Schroeder. We will go dormant for a while during the winter time because, even we need a break, but we look forward to spring training, World Baseball Classic, and all the other great baseball stuff coming up in the next year. Enjoy the World Series, everybody. Blue Jays, Dodgers, That's a lot of fun, and hopefully you guys are enjoying that. And we look forward to catching up to you again in a couple of weeks' time. Japan, Korea, look forward on our channel.